cuffs are off, man. Get right. Too many left in these leagues, but I ain't gonna leave. I'ma get right. Get right. Down to the bottom and scratch it for all the...
Hey everybody, Adam Rank here.
What's up everybody? It's Marcus Grant.
This is AJ Dillon of the Green Bay Packers.
I got to give a shout out to y'all at Get Right Fantasy.
If you are not subscribed, what are you waiting for? Do you want to lose your league?
Our league, check out the Get Right Fantasy Network.
You got to get right with the Get Right Fantasy Network.
And best of luck with your podcast. Appreciate the support.
And you're tuned in to watch my boys at Get Right Fantasy Network. Get you right. Enjoy the show.
But I tune in every Friday. Strategies provided, I will lock in every way. So go and roll your sleeves up. Yeah, go roll your sleeves up. And I'm getting down cause I roll my sleeves up. And I'm getting right cause I roll my sleeves.
What up? What up? What up, world? Welcome to the Get Right Fantasy Network. I'm Mike Herrick, aka Classic Mike. And tonight I'm here, as always, on this wonderful Friday night. We have a new, well, not a new, but we're doing this for, one time only, helping out a buddy. I'm here with Kendall. Over here, my buddy at the Fantasy Football Tavern, man. I'm excited. How you doing, brother?
Dude, I'm excited. I'm getting to that point in the season where, there's how many of your leagues and lineups are, really going to matter. The lineup is coming together. The record is coming together. And I'm proud to say it's pretty good. I've got some unexpected, hey, how did this become a playoff team? So
God.
Week after week you get a little more engaged, but I have my own start sit questions I've been dying to get in on the group chat and stuff like that. So sometimes there's shows where you're look forward to just because you're I'm going to spend this night on fantasy football. No matter what, might as well talk about it on air. So
hell yeah,
be here
man.
With you, man.
Yeah, likewise, man. I'm in the same boat. I had a couple of leagues where I drafted a few teams, and I remember getting that good old F on the Yahoo recap thing on how my draft went, and then all of a sudden that team's 5-1. So little things like that are always great to see, and I can't believe we're almost halfway through this particular season. We're at that point where it's halfway before the regular season, so it's going to be fun. Trade deadlines are coming up soon for a lot of leagues, so I can't wait to get into all this with you guys. Last night we started off week 7 with the Broncos at the Saints. Sean Payton coming in and going back to his old stomping grounds to face the Saints for the first time. We're going to give our quick reactions in a minute and go through all the good, the bad, the ugly of that game. First, I'm just going to do a quick breakdown of tonight's show. We're going to go over, we're going to be going through the whole slate of games for week 7. So we're going to be going through all the Sunday and Monday night games. We're going to give you guys some takes on each game, and we're also going to give you guys one prop from each game that we both like as well. We're also going to let you guys know of the how we did last week. We actually did pretty well last week. So I'm excited to tell you guys about that. And who we ended up using for these particular props? We ended up using Underdog. So make sure you guys check out Underdog. It's one of the best and easiest places to play fantasy sports. We use their Pick'em contest. We enjoy picking the higher or lower on, player stats like total TDs or total yardage, things like that. So make sure you guys check out Underdog. Use the promo code Get Right where you guys can get it, and make sure you guys use that promo code when you register. They will help, and not only will you receive a 50% deposit match, now up to $1,000. You'll also get a pick'em deal as well. I think they have some, or right there, promo every day of October. So they got a couple of little things. They got, I think, a free pick here. New customers get a free pick, and what is that? Bo Nix or Aaron Rodgers. So make sure you guys check it out and use promo code Get Right when you do. All right. We're also going to have live Q&A throughout the show. Instead of doing it at the very end and holding you guys all the way into the very end, which, of course, we want you guys to stay throughout the whole show. But tonight we're going to be doing it pretty much after every, 3 games or so. And then we're going to, answer your questions live. We're not going to answer every single question for that segment. We're going to give you guys, at least 4 or 5 of the most recent ones. And then we're going to move on and go to the games and then go back into the chat and go back and forth, just to let you guys know. If you want your question answered right away, we do have super chats available. So if you want your question answered right away, don't be shy. Use those super chats. We'll stop the show for you guys just to answer your question and give you a good breakdown of what we think. Also, if you guys are brand new to the show, make sure you guys check out our weekly lineup. We are here daily. I know it says we're here twice on Friday, but hey, tonight we're going to be here for most of the night. Sunday, come back, visit me on Sunday morning. I'm going to help you guys with actives and inactives at 11 a.m. Eastern, right before actives and inactives. We also have waiver wire ads on Monday. We also have Tycoon in the boardroom on Tuesday. Phil's in there on Wednesday. And also we have our buy low, sell high targets. So if you have roster management questions or trade targets and your trade questions, make sure you guys check out that Wednesday show. Rasta and Frank help you with those great trade questions and get you guys what you need. Thursday, we also have the extra point with Phil. He's here leading up till kickoff with his props. So make sure you guys check him out as well. And of course, you got my buddy over here. He's dropping some stuff every so often as well. So make sure you guys are keeping an eye out for him. So these are the channels you want to look for: the Extra Point, the Fantasy Football Tavern, and of course the Fantasy Boardroom. So make sure you guys check that out. Woo! All right, got through all that. I'm done. Oh, got to get through that. All right, now we're gonna move on. We're gonna go into Thursday night's game. We have the Thursday night aftermath with the Broncos and versus the Saints. Broncos winning 33-10. It was bad. You guys, if you watch the game, you guys are aware that, guys like Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, both were out. Derek Carr's out. Taysom Hill's out. Spencer Rattler's leading the crew. So some of the good things that happened in this particular game was Javonte Williams. He came back from the proverbial fantasy football grave, 14 for 88 and 2 touchdowns, had 3 receptions on 3 targets for 23 yards. He had a monster game. I've always been a fan. Have you always been on Javonte? I feel like you've been always on Javonte as well in one way, shape, or form, right?
This year in particular, Javonte was one of my.
I was going to say,
there was the dead zone that started for like round 5 and definitely at 6 at the running back spot. I felt like 9, 10, and 11 was like the next zone of running backs. I thought there was some undervalued guys in that range. Javonte for me was a guy that I hated if you went around the same spot that like David Montgomery and Kamara were kind of going, right? I think that's overvalued. But I think everyone hated him, and I tended to draft a lot of him in like the 9th or 10th if he fell to that spot, just because I felt like I was getting a 2-round discount on him, and the team wasn't going to be that bad. So I ended up with more Javonte. But the disgusting thing was going on, stream with you guys and having to be the pro Javonte guy. No fantasy analyst goes into
I was there with
wanting
you.
to
I
be
was
the pro
supporting
Javonte guy.
I was supporting you through that whole process. I was a huge fan of Javonte this year. So
you're a process guy though, right? You're like, hey, if I think they're going to get 65% of the running back shares in what I think to be a run first team. That's generally your camp, right?
That was my
want a high touch
process.
total.
Yeah, I want a high touch. I want everything to be guaranteed, just because volume is king. At the same time, Javonte looked good. Like he was good prior to his injury. He was recovered from that now. I figured he was coming into a good offense with Sean Payton being able to run it. He loves running the ball. That's mostly his system, is run and then pass to the X. So I mean, it was one of those things where I felt comfortable with him, and he's young too. He's like 24. So I was really high on him, especially in Dynasty. So I'm glad to see that he is doing well and finally had a great game.
He passed the eye test too, right? Like, there's been a lot of games this year where I feel like the box score has been low on him. But if you watch the games, which by the way, you probably don't want to watch a lot of the Broncos, they're just not that fun to watch, right?
Yeah.
he's looked good. His yards per carry has been him being talented, not being, crazy enough to really elevate himself to a tier above, but he looked good. And it was a game he finally had the ability to just run all over a team. And it was nice seeing like, oh, there's a mismatch talent wise between him and the O-line and what they're able to do. And that was nice. Like he was my like discount version of what I thought Tony Pollard was going to be. Like Tony Pollard is also my discount Tony Pollard right now, but Javonte, it's nice seeing him up there with, he had less targets. This guy, I think he ended up with 3 catches, 20 yards. But a lot of, like, if you look at his stat line the last 3-4 games, there's been a lot of 4 and 5, 6 target games.
100%.
Which is kind of nice. So good for him. In a spot where there's not a whole lot of great stuff to talk about. It was nice. It's fun. There's no you can't trade for him. If anything, Javonte's name, it's unfortunately one of those spots where the people that drafted him feel good. It's not worth saying hey, should I go trade for Javonte Williams? Unfortunately, the owner's probably going to charge you too much for him. So, 100%. But I'd start him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was really high on him. I wouldn't give him up for a lot. So, Bo Nix also looked good in this game. He looked okay besides the one of his first throws. He missed 2 wide open wide receivers. But did the most damage on the ground. He ran for 75 rushing yards. So they also featured Tony Franklin this week. They did a lot to get him the ball. He had 5 receptions on 6 targets for 50 yards, which is huge, absolutely huge. So right now I'm I see in our chat you wanted to talk about Bo Nix's rushing. I mean, is that this is huge. I'm looking to get him anywhere I can.
Yeah, I mean, so question 1 is probably, hey, is Bo Nix worth a roster spot in one quarterback? So for redraft, I don't. The answer is not yes for me there. Mm-hmm. In basically any format, this is really nice, but the touchdown ceiling, so the touchdown floor is just not good enough, right? So he's not making my roster in one quarterback redraft right now. But when you go into, there's a big dynasty question I think there for Nix. When you get into he is gonna, because he's a starting quarterback. When you get into 2 quarterback super flex redraft, I think there's kind of a question there. It's going to be do I end up starting him over him or the other guy? I can see there going to be a lot of start-sit questions, and I think there's going to be a lot of matchups now where I'm taking Nix because I think the other guy scares me, and I think all of a sudden if he's going to do this rushing stuff more, it also is going to give himself a little bit of rushing touchdown upside. I think that's going to move a needle for me in a lot of matchups if you're in a weird spot at that standpoint. I think it's great for him for dynasty too. All of a sudden, I think he doesn't have a ton of. Troy Franklin finally had a game, right? But I don't think we look at that as a team that has great wide receivers. No. So seeing him just find a way with his legs, I mean, if he ever gets it done through the air at any point in time, and that's cake, it might be one to watch. That team might be. I'm looking towards the team next year and thinking, mental note, this team has some flashes. This quarterback has a little bit of moxie to him. This overall offense could be a little bit better than maybe I might want to otherwise project if they lose a couple games here. So something I'd be thinking about is the Broncos could be interesting next year.
Yeah, for sure. Give them a year, to kind of get right and have that sophomore year. I'm excited. I can't wait for Bo. So some of the bad in this game, of course, was Alvin Kamara. I mean, we could almost put this in the ugly, to be quite honest. But he had a rough week. He couldn't get anything done on the ground at all. 7 for 10, 7 for 10 yards is bad. 6 receptions on 7 targets for 14 yards. I mean, honestly, I'm not looking too much into this. This was one game where the game plan was shut down Alvin Kamara. I mean, he's their only playmaker. So, I mean, honestly, a lot of people were, on board of doing that. Mason Tipton was the guy that saw the most targets in this game. I think until you start seeing Chris Olave come back and, being involved, this is going to change every week, unfortunately. Bum Beans only had 3 of 5, for 37. So, I mean, we really didn't even get the guy that people wanted at that point. So this was, you know, a lot of misery spread out for the whole thing. Shaheed being on IR and, you know, Olavi out. It was just bad overall. The really ugly that I saw was Cortland Sutton had no targets, but saw 86% of the snap share. He had 4 for 6 targets and 53 yards and a touchdown the week prior. So I think this had a lot to do with Marcus Lattimore. And I think just Bo wanted to stay away. So I think that's just probably what that was more than anything. But yeah, it was bad if you had him as a wide receiver 3 or flex play yesterday. So with that being said, let's start moving along. Since this is week 7, there are 2 teams on a bye, Bears and the Cowboys. So you might have some guys like CeeDee Lamb, Dak, Rico Dowdle, Jake Ferguson, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, Cole Kmet, Caleb Williams, and DeAndre Swift out on bye this week. So we'll figure out what we're going to help you guys through that. Don't worry. You know what? I think for now we have so many questions in the chat. I kind of want to do some live Q&A here real quick. So let's do some Q&A. We got a lot of people in the chat talking it up. We got Derek here. What's going on, Derek? Thanks for coming on by and joining us. So Derek asked, full PPR sit 1. This is a great question. Garrett Wilson, Jared Reed, or T. Higgins or Deontay?
I am going to sit T. Higgins.
Interesting. That's wow. Okay. I'm going to go with Deontay. And the only reason why I'm going to use Deontay here, I never would. I'm a very big Deontay Johnson fan. But with his injury, everyone else is healthy and everyone else is viable. They're all going to be used. I think Garrett Wilson is going to be just fine. So for me, it's Deontay out of this group. It's hard to say that, but I think it's Deontay. I think Higgins will be just fine.
I just that game in particular. I feel like it's a situation where I believe the over-under could be as low as it is. It could be a game where T. Higgins might not project so well for fantasy because the offensive output doesn't need to be a ton.
Yeah, because of the game script. Yeah.
If the overall game script is low and all of a sudden it's a situation where each of the Cincy's running backs ends up having 15 rushes.
Yeah.
And there's not enough at the wide receiver position. Maybe the touchdowns go to the running backs. What if T was just 5 targets, 4 catches, 50 yards? When I look at the question, I just think Deontay is he's more of a 10 target guy if he plays. And on 10 targets, I think he has touchdown upside and 80-yard upside. And the game script's just there for Deontay in most cases, where T. Higgins, I feel like if he doesn't get in the end zone, too many times he is going to be a meh play because of the over-under.
That's fair enough.
That's kind of the logic there, but I could see your situation too of don't shoot yourself in the foot.
Yeah,
make the tiebreaker the person who can hurt you because they won't be available.
Yeah, I also think it's roster dependent in a little bit because if you play Deontay, he's a 425 game, which puts you in a situation where you can only use somebody in that lower window, and it gives you less options available on waivers, so on and so forth, if he is inactive. We won't know this until Sunday prior. You won't know until you join me.
T's a 1:00 game. That's a good point.
He's a 1:00 game. So it's one of those things where I would rather sit the guy at 4 to play a healthy guy at 1. That's a better option in my opinion. But I have Deontay in 10 different scenarios. So for me, I have a wide receiver / flex everywhere for him. And I already am, prepared for if he is inactive, because we're going to get to that game in a few minutes, but he's running with 3 injuries right now with ribs, ankle, and hamstring. So it's one of those things where he's very questionable. He did practice today, I think limitedly. He did not practice for the first 2 days on Wednesday and Thursday. So, I mean, he's been playing through it all year, but I would just be very, very hesitant on Deontay in this grouping of players, in my opinion. So let's move on to JH. What's going on, man? He goes, hey, gents. I'm like, hey, what's going on, brother? He goes, half point PPR, start 3. Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin, Devontae Smith, or flex a running back, Hunt or Chuba. Okay.
So drop one of those 4.
For me, I want to drop McLaren and go Evans and Devontae, but
drop one of
Evans
those
is
5.
hurt. Evans is hurt, and it's a risk if you're going to play him on Monday night. You need to have a Monday option. So it might be Evans that is going to be dropped from this, and I go McLaren and Smith, and then I'd probably go Hubbard, Chuba Hubbard.
I'm just going to assume health for everybody. I'm not super worried about the injuries in this one. Half PPR. I think that the Tampa game, I'm starting to like steam up in my head as it could that game could get out of control scoring wise. I'm starting to bet it a little bit more. So I'm definitely playing Evans. The matchup for McLaurin feels like one where it should be easy for him to have a pretty big day. So it's between Devonta Smith and Chuba Hubbard because I'm pretty sure McLaurin and Evans are just in there for sure. Interestingly enough, I think I'm probably playing Chuba over Devontae. I think Devontae Smith in half PPR.
Yeah. I usually lean the running back in half PPR just because they're more guaranteed a touch. I love Devontae Smith going against my Giants. I can see that happening. I would probably prefer Evans, McLaren, and Chuba. If it was full PPR, I'd be going Devontae.
I'm with you.
Yeah. I mean, that's just how I would do it. Next, we have George Play. What's going on, George? How you doing, brother? He goes, hey, guys, need to start 2 wide receivers, non-PPR. All right, so we're taking the PPR out of it. We have Amari Cooper, who is now on the Bills, for those that don't know. We have Jaden Waddle, JSN, Juju Smith-Schuster, J-Mo, Brian Thomas Jr., or Joshua Downs. So, wow.
George. I think he was on with when me and Ruskin were live. I think we had this question. We went in on this for a couple of minutes. This one was tough.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's tough. I can tell you what our thought process. I'll because I'm gonna throw it to you because George's already had mostly my
Cooper
answer.
and Thomas to me.
Cooper and BTJ.
Yeah, if we're not going PPR, I'm going Tom. I'm gonna go Brian Thomas Jr. and Cooper. I mean, I don't trust Tyler Huntley. Gino, I could probably get on board with, but I've never been a fan of JSN in general, and it's not PPR. If it was full PPR, I'd be a little bit more on board. Juju's the only one that I'm like questionable on which one I want, and that's I'm a little higher on Juju, but he's got a tougher matchup overall. J-Mo, I mean, I love J-Mo. I've always been a fan. He's kind of like my third option in this matchup, just because this is going to be an interesting matchup against the Vikings, and they're going to, game script says they're probably going to have to stick with it and kind of throw a little bit. So I don't hate Jameson in this one, but yeah, I feel a little bit. I mean, I know it's going to take a minute for Cooper and BJ to kind of get their chemistry together, but I think I'm going to lean Cooper and Brian Thomas Jr. What did you guys say?
So our thought process was basically Waddle's. We want elimination. We said
Waddle
who do you
take
immediately
out?
Downs is
quarterback
out. Immediately out. Non-PPR, so JSN immediately out.
Yeah.
So it came down to
those
Coop,
4.
Juju, J-Mo, BTJ. From there, we both agreed. We both were like, all right, here's my hot take. And we kind of said at the same time, which is Juju was actually our first for sure in. Because we thought the floor ceiling combo with him is probably the highest in a Patrick Mahomes offense, where he's the de facto wide receiver 1 right now, where
fair enough.
He still offers the same upside that like a Jameson Williams offers, but with a more consistent floor and a more consistently good offense. And so we're both like, all right, we're oddly both like easy Juju, and then from there it's who the other 3. We settled on
who are the other 2 or the other one.
The other one, it was just kind of it's based on taste between BTJ and Coop.
Yeah.
We went with BTJ from just an overall like good game, bad game, overall range of outcomes. BTJ has so many more like game winning, game wrecking, like catches 7 for 120 and 2 like real stupid stuff outcomes. We like that as a tiebreaker in this scenario, GPP style.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't hate that. My only argument against Juju is the concept that, he's going to have, he lives in the underneath intermediate route, which is where Fred Warner loves to play. So for me, my hope is that Travis Kelce kind of takes him out of that and makes him more available, where they line up, Fred Warner a little bit more on Travis and kind of open things up for Juju. That's my hope. But we'll wait and see. Like I said, I think that they're going to try, I think Josh Allen's going to use his new toy very quickly, try to get him involved early. And, Brian Thomas Jr. has just been a special player recently and can definitely beat up on those Patriots without a problem. So, and now that Evan Ingram's back, it only helps him, in my opinion. So, George also asks, also for the flex non-PPR, Mason or Bigsby? This is a tough one.
I don't think it's incredibly tough for me, honestly.
I'm going Bigsby.
So this one's, if Mason's healthy and a full go,
he said full go. Yeah,
I'm just going Mason.
Okay,
because I've seen him in that offense be fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Tank, no matter what, is going to have a challenge with overall touches, and I think he's a big candidate for like Mason's crazy because he's able to do high touch plus efficiency, right? Like Kyron last year. That's what he's doing this year. Bigsby for me reminds me more of a Tony Pollard. Good with low touches, highly efficient, explosive. If given the full workload, I've never believed in him to that extent. And I definitely just don't. If you're asking me to bet an overall offense, like just give me the RB1 for which one of these teams, the Jacksonville Jaguars, where I don't love the offensive ecosystem, or the 49ers with that scheme. You could give me like a guy off the street, in the 49ers offense, and I'm probably going to say I should take that guy blind and bet that, right? In this case, I don't have to blind bet. I should just say Mason in that system if he's fully healthy. So if you believe he's fully healthy and will get the full workload, I can't see not going Mason. The only argument for Bigsby would be like it's more a negative on Mason, I guess, is kind of where I'm going. So maybe I'm more a little like Bigsby, I guess, is my fool's gold, I think is what I'm saying here, to a lot of other options. We'll see if I'm right or not. I'm just getting those kind of vibes.
Okay. I mean, honestly, to me, it's more the matchup. I mean, Kansas City's fourth best against points allowed for the running back. Or wait, let me re-click. I had the wrong thing, but they're ranked. They're still ranked 7th. So, I mean, they are. Hold on, let me get this correct before they're first. They are first against the running back this year in points per game for the running back. Again, allowed. So other teams like the Patriots are 28th. I think they're going to be able to run the ball a little bit. So for me, I feel a little bit better about Bigsby. So there's that for you, George. So supersized subpoena.
Senpai.
Okay. Pick 2 to start. Bucky Irving, Juju Smith, or Brian Thomas. Now, I wish I knew a little bit more about this particular league. But I'd probably lean Juju Smith and Brian Thomas just because Bucky Irving's situation is going to be murky.
Regardless of format, I'm going Juju and Brian Thomas. Not particularly close. Those guys for sure.
Yeah. Definitely those two. So Drew L, what's going on, brother? He goes, would y'all trade Mixon for CMC straight up? I have Deontay, Etienne, Hunt, Mostert as my running backs, and also 4 and 2. Personally, no. I would keep Mixon for the long haul. I think he's going to be what CMC could have been. I'm not on board with CMC doing anything after he comes back. I don't think he's going to be anything effective. They're going to limit his touches. He's going to be involved minimally. I am not and even if he is more than what I say, I'm okay being wrong about it. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Mixon, when healthy right now,
it's just
looks like a locked and loaded top 5 running back.
top 2.
Like just, I'm expanding that a little bit, but like, yeah, he looks like everything you want. If you think Mixon's going to be healthy rest of season, I think you got to stay with Mixon.
Yeah, I do.
I think, right? Like CMC. Look, yeah, I think in that system, when healthy, when back, I think his ceiling case is just still higher than Mixon's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's CMC in that offense. He's going to do crazy things when healthy. And if he plays, he's definitely going to be healthy, having not forced it, right? I think here's the thing. If you're wrong, right, you're going to be wrong by a lot. If you're right, you're going to be right by a little, is my thing. Like CMC's ceiling case versus Mixon is like, yeah, CMC has a stronger case there, right? But where do you lose? Like if CMC just can't get it together almost ever versus Mixon, like that side can bottom out, where I don't think Mixon bottoms out with his health in the same way CMC could. So I guess I'm going from a risk reward portfolio standpoint. How good's the rest of your team? You know what I mean? Is this a situation where like
so he's got to be something decent? And on top of that, I mean,
do you need CMC to win? Like, is Mixon not good enough? Like
that was my point. Is if you're looking for CMC, you're overthinking it. Take what you had. I know he missed 4 games or whatever it was. He, in those 2 games that he played, he was running back 2 at the end of the week for both. He's on a better offense. He's on a better system. I like Mixon a lot better for this team moving forward. He is going to be a stud, and he will be better than what CMC could be if he comes back and is healthy. So you got to understand, yes, they're going to put him in the best position to play. CMC is only going to come back if he's healthy. I get all that.
Find a way to do David Montgomery for him.
I wouldn't even do that.
That owner needs to. Like,
no, don't get rid of either. Keep both and run the table with running back.
I'll say, like, if it's a situation where your wide receivers are absolutely terrible, you got
then go for exactly.
And you're like, look, I need massive upside, maybe, or like 2 wide receiver, 2 flex league, where you're like, I can get 2 wide receivers in and just run 4 running backs because that's where my strength is. That's a situation where I'm like, I could see flipping the D-Mod for CMC. Mixon for him straight up doesn't make as much sense, though. Don't do this.
Yeah, don't do it. So next we have Wicked Pompeo.
Yeah.
Hello,
he's in
gentlemen.
the listener league.
Best DFS QB this week. Just paid out for a good QB this week, or is it a sneaky cheap play?
Wicked, if you're in the stream, man, are you doing FanDuel or DraftKings?
Yeah, if it's FanDuel, most likely. I haven't looked at FanDuel's numbers yet. For the numbers, I usually do that on Sunday morning. Mm-hmm. So make sure you guys come back Sunday morning, and I will definitely give you some awesome value picks. I'm gonna look. I look through all of it, and I always use FanDuel. So make sure you guys check that out on Sunday for sure, and I'll give you a better answer. It's hard to get right now because I'm not looking at that currently, and I got to go through all my crap just to go get it.
So I have this because
you have it.
I recorded a Phil show earlier.
Oh, that's right.
And we had all of the betting content up, and we were chatting about it a little bit. So actually, it's pretty.
Check that video out.
I don't know if we covered it though, because I think we're gonna fully roll out the betting show here pretty soon. I was even gonna do some content this Saturday, but I'm just gonna run into it now though. So for DFS, cash game player pool targets, FanDuel, I've got 4 targets that I'm trying to mix and match in my exposures this week. At the top end, Jaden Daniels is our favorite in the 9K top end range.
Oh, geez, yeah. Okay.
Cakewalk matchup. It should be one where the implied team total looks pretty favorable for him. The team should be able to put up 30 points. There's a good chance that Jaden could throw for 1, rush for 1, or any 3 of that. The offense should be able to put up points at will. Jaden, as a fantasy player, stands to benefit from it. So he's our favorite play at the top. And then we like a lot of the mid-range stuff. So Next, Brock Purdy 7,700 against the Chiefs. Tough defense, but should have to put up some points. We like the incidental what he does with his legs. And the offense just looks pretty powerful in a situation where that could get some points put on the board. My two favorites. We didn't get into Dalton too much, only because there's not a big savings. I think Dalton was actually in the high 6K range. He wasn't as
7,300.
So I think that's why we didn't like Dalton on FanDuel, mostly because of the 7,300. We saw it as a better spot for Chuba if you wanted some exposure to that side. The likelihood is that the touchdowns should favor Chuba versus the quarterback in particular. That's just what my research is showing. Chuba at 7,400. I think you'd rather have Chuba at 74 versus the quarterback at 73 is kind of what we like. But sticking to the other mid-range. So I think the best two, like personally, the best two on the slate are the next two for me at quarterback, which are Sam Darnold, 7,500 going up against Detroit. This is huge. Detroit with a massive hit, losing Aiden Hutchinson. That's massive loss. This defense, that was the only thing that was making this defense potent.
100%.
Detroit's defense was not known to be a strength. Look, Darnold has been doing some great things in that offense. People are getting healthy. They're going to have a lot of weapons firing and ready to go. I think this is an easy spot where like Sam Darnold over 1.5 passing touchdowns is my smash bet for me in this spot. So love Darnold 7,500, but has like 30 fantasy point upside. So you can really smash the value on this one. And then Kirk Cousins in what could be a high one, 7,200. You can even get some savings. And we clearly see this is a guy that can put up 300 passing yards and 3 touchdowns. So I think it's Cousins or Sam Darnold are what I'm leaning towards. I might expose myself a little bit to Jaden just to have some at the top range, but I like.
But you can pay down for someone like Tyler Goodson or something like that, and make up for it.
This is a week where I like paying up at running back at least once, so I'm looking to save a little bit at quarterback. So Cousins and Darnold are like my pro tips that I feel very confident like shilling and saying you should tail these. Definitely get a few of those in your lineup. The value seems to be there.
Okay, awesome. So we're gonna answer the next 2 questions and then move right into our full game breakdowns. Don't worry, I see everybody in the chat. I see Waldo or Waldro. I see Timothy. I see you guys in there. We're gonna get to you guys in like a couple minutes. We're gonna break through. We're going to break down 3 games. Maybe we end up answering your questions as we go through it. If they come up in those, believe me, I'll bring it up. But for now, I'm going to answer these last 2 from the Smitty and Kyle and move right along to the other games. If you guys want to use the super chat, enjoy. We will answer all those questions. We appreciate it if anyone does, and we will answer your question right away. So the Smitty, what's going on, man? He goes, start Mason or Ramondre Stevenson. If Evans doesn't play, start Addison, Dell, or Flowers.
A little two-parter. What do you think on Mason Ramondre? I'm pretty bullish on Mason here.
I think I'm going to go Mason either way. Ramondre, from what we're going to go over this in a few minutes. He didn't practice all week. He's going to be a game time decision. He was a full participant on Friday. And he's tracking towards playing, but I still think I'm gonna aim towards Mason, even though I don't like the matchup as much.
I agree.
Yeah. If Evans doesn't play, start Addison, Dell, or Flowers. Now for me, it's probably gonna be Dell. Yeah, I think it's gonna be Dell.
I think for me, I like Dell, but I like Flowers more. In plus matchup, minus matchup, Flowers has been able to have 10 targets, 7, 8 catch performances, regardless of the matchup. So he doesn't need to be in a plus matchup, but I do think he is. I think Tampa Bay has the potential to have some firepower to push back.
I'm going to change the Flowers.
The secondary isn't exactly a strength for them.
No,
so I could see it as a matchup that ends up going 30-30, and the over-unders are a little closer to like the 60 range. The point total in that game, I want more exposure to Flowers, where I like Dell. I just don't think Dell has access to the same ceiling that Flowers does at nearly the same rate. And I'm playing here mostly as like a who can win me my week when we're talking about this range of player. And Flowers, I think, is going to win you the week in its entirety outright.
Understood.
More
No,
often.
I think you're right. I'm going to change my answer. I just looked at my other stuff, and that just makes the most sense. So yeah, Flowers. So Mason and Flowers are our two choices here, which is got to agree with. So Kyle Singer goes Love or Cousins, full PPR. Pick one, and so pick one, and then Romeo Dobbs or Chubb. Pick one, flex, full PPR. Love you guys, long time. Thanks, Kyle. We appreciate it.
I'll jump in. I like Cousins, but Love has more consistent. Right now, I think seeing Love go 4 touchdown passes, 2 touchdown passes, 4 touchdown passes. Cousins has access to a 4 touchdown game, but we're saying he has access to it. Love might be in a situation where, he's hitting 4 touchdown passes at a clip that we just don't see outside of like some silly Mahomes and Brady stuff. So he's really doing unprecedented things in the passing game and how efficient he's able to make these things happen with the touchdowns. I just have to go with Love and the weapons and how often even a neutral game script they seem to be winning and wanting to move the ball through the air. So give me Love for mostly for all the upside cases. What do you see things similarly, or do you think Cousins is like a play that I'm missing?
No, honestly, it's to me the matchup's even. Seahawks 20th. 20th. Houston is 22nd. So the matchup's pretty similar. I think I agree with you in the concept of Love being more active in the touchdown game. I think the Falcons, of course, I mean, he had that huge game a few weeks ago, so it's hard to say no against it. But at the end of the day, I feel a little bit more confident in Love in this matchup. That I think, both games are either 51 or 48. So everything is pretty close to me. So I'm going to lean Love a little bit more just because I like what he's been doing in that offense overall. The next is, his teammate Romeo Dobbs or Nick Chubb in your flex, and it's a full PPR. I mean, for me, I'm going to go Dobbs, and it's not because I don't like Chubb. It's just it's hard for me to lean on a guy that's coming back from this serious of an injury to tell you to start him over a guy like Romeo Dobbs. It would take a lot for me to tell you to play Chubb at this point.
Full PPR.
And
but
that's the other
I think
part.
The answer is it's more about it being correlated to why I like Love. I think the touchdown upside and how often it's coming through the passing game, and being one of their red zone weapons in Dobbs. I want access to that ceiling from that passing game work. And in the case where both have sort of mediocre games, I like the games where Dobbs is still 4 for 40 in PPR, where I doubt that Chubb has access to that in full PPR at the same rate. So across all the matchups, Dobbs is going to be the weak winner in a way that Chubbs can't get to. And in a lot of the mediocre cases, I think you're happier with the average output of Dobbs. So going to go with Dobbs there.
Yeah, I like Dobbs a lot in this particular matchup. So yeah, go Dobbs for that. All right, so everybody in the chat, don't worry, we're going to get to your questions shortly. Like I said, every 2 or 3 games, we're going to jump back to the live Q&A, and we're going to answer your questions in the chat. But for now, we're going to go over the next 3 games for the next, for this Sunday slate. So, Waldo and Timothy, stay put. We're going to get to you. I promise. We do not miss any questions. I promise. So first and foremost, let's go over the London game, which is the Patriots facing the Jags. Jags are favored by 6 in this game. Over under is 41.5. Some notable injuries to be aware of for this particular game. Travis Etienne, he has a hamstring. He's been limited Wednesday and Thursday, and I think he was today as well. He's a game time decision. He's listed as questionable at this point. So we'll wait and see how that goes. So, for this game, you might, for those West Coast people, you might need to use that sub feature for the for sleeper. Well, if you're in a sleeper league. Ramondre Stevenson, as we said before, he did not practice all week. He was a game time decision. He was a full participant on Friday's practice, is heading towards playing, but is still listed as a questionable play at this point. So you're going to have to keep your ears out. 8:00 roughly, 7:30. They'll come out with the actives and inactives for this particular game. If you live on the West Coast, I'm telling you now, use that auto sub if you can, if you're in a sleeper league. For those that are not in a sleeper league, sorry. There's not much you can do about it. You're going to have to get up early. So let's talk about a few things. We kind of already brought up one of the things I wanted to talk about, which was Tank Bigsby. We saw last week Tank Bigsby basically taking over this particular job. He's the lead back. If you want, is he the lead back that you want in this particular on the Jags, or is it somebody else?
Honestly, I'm just pretty negative on the Jags' overall offensive ecosystem. That I think it's something where I'm just not. It's not a big target for me. I never looked at Tank as like a high end handcuff during like that kind of segment of like the draft process, only because I thought to myself, I just don't like what I've seen from Trevor Lawrence. I don't know how long it's going to take BTJ to make Trevor Lawrence a thing. That maybe it's just an offensive line being terrible situation. If ETN isn't able to be efficient, how is anybody going to make it work? So for a lot of these reasons, I've liked what I've seen from Tank. I mean, he does look explosive. I like seeing those explosive plays, which is really great. I don't know why that's coming kind of out of nowhere, but I think Tank is going to be one of those. There's going to be other people involved no matter what. And it has to be a day where the run is pretty successful, which isn't always going to happen. There's going to be a lot of games where maybe he gets all the work and has 16 carries for like 50 yards, and it's just not quite there. I have a gut feeling that if he doesn't break off a 50-yarder, is going to be more common. The Patriots, they don't rank well in a lot of categories, but they've had some pretty interesting game scripts. I think they're generally a pretty smart, savvy organization. Now they're kind of in like, okay, we're 1-5, nearly full rebuild. The Jags are a 1-5, but with something to play for. So yeah, maybe the Jags are going to take this interesting, home game for them and maybe try to put some points on the board. I don't have Tank ranked particularly high this week, according to like what you might see on ECR, as I guess kind of what I'm saying. So I like flexing in a lot of other spots, especially in PPR. If it's half PPR and you want a running back in half PPR, one that has access to 12 plus touches, maybe some touchdown upside, that's where I see the argument. And I can talk myself into him over some grosser spots. But overall, lower end flex for me is going to be Tank Bigsby.
Okay. Fair enough. I can, I definitely can agree with you there. The reason why I asked that question is we had guys like Dearness Johnson get a little bit, more snap share, but Tank did a little bit more with what he did. So it's just something to keep an eye on for this week, especially with Travis Etienne possibly being a game time decision. So we'll wait and see. My other question is, for the Patriots, we saw that Ramondre went down, that, he was out last week. And then we had Antonio Gibson being the, quote unquote beneficiary of that. How do we handle this backfield going forward? Is it something that you are, still wanting to stay with? Do you want to keep Antonio Gibson for the short term, or is he someone you can drop for somebody better?
Personally, I'm dropping him for someone better. I don't look at Gibson as somebody that has much of a shot to really emerge in a meaningful way and do it for long enough. I still think Ramondre is a talented enough player that even in a kind of a poor offense, he can do good things with enough touches. And he's, the combination of he can be efficient as a rusher and in the passing game. He's just a good enough player that he felt gross because the Patriots are gross, but he's had some big games, and the people that drafted him are like, this is the reason I took him in the dead zone, because he has access to that. I'm not playing anyone in that backfield unless they're named Ramondre Stevenson and he's healthy. I think there's other options. I'm staying away from Antonio Gibson. I'm curious to see what we can get from Drake May and the passing game improvements, but it's not going to be enough to make Gibson meaningful. I think he's kind of already had his shot to be a little more relevant, and I would have seen it by now, and I'm getting that gut feeling from I would have seen it by now.
Okay. Who do you like as a passing option for the Patriots if you had to pick one?
I am starting to like Demario Douglas from they got to pass it to somebody. Their defense
I
isn't
am
good
playing
enough.
him this week.
I think I won't call him a high end flex. It's hard to get that out of my, out of my mouth. There's other plays I like, but I don't think he's a weak flex. I think he's on the stronger end of what I would see in a flex. I think he has access to a pretty consistent 8 to 9 targets. I think he's talented enough to catch 6 or 7 of them. I don't think anybody on that offense has tremendous touchdown upside, but I think we're going to see enough. This is a great matchup. The Jacksonville Jaguars have an awful secondary. The Patriots could put up some points. If that's through the passing game, why wouldn't it be Douglas? I like Jalen Polk quite a bit. I haven't seen it yet. It seems like he still needs to develop as a rookie a little bit. After the quarterback swap, I thought it would have been immediate or not. It wasn't quite there. So I still like him as a stash. I've dropped him for other options that I think in redraft I need to go with right now. But Demario Douglas, I do think, is a solid flex play. I'm playing him over a lot of other options. Like, here's an interesting question no one's asking, but I'm going with it anyways. Him versus Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy is the number one in a really bad offense with a quarterback.
That's a great question.
With an over-under, I haven't seen this low in a long time, right? So give me Demario Douglas more often. Give me 9 targets and more of them being catchable than Jerry Jeudy, who might get 4 to 5 very uncatchable targets. Give me the tight end with the quarterback issue, right, versus the wide receiver. So
I like it. No, I like that a lot. I am playing Douglas in a few leagues. I do like the matchup. Jaguars 31st again. 31st worst, or 31st best if you want.
Right
against the wide receiver and fantasy points allowed this season. So I am on board with with Demario Douglas. For one of our props for this game, one of my props, it's Jalen Polk more than 1.5. So I decided to go to the other receiver on this, on this team, like you were talking about before. Figured he can get at least 2, catches out of this particular game, especially if they want to attack this particular, part of their game, which is weak, which is their passing game or their passing defense. So I'm going to go with Jalen Polk at more than 1.5 receptions. What about you?
Yeah. I like that a lot. I don't love that. I don't think Polk's 5, 6, 7 catch ceiling is really being unlocked. But I think in this ridiculously plus matchup, him getting 2 to 3 to 4 is incredibly likely. So that's a really, really nice play there. What I saw from Evan Ingram in the Jags last game is that he feels like that run this route, but more importantly, just get open. And he seemed to be Trevor Lawrence's not first read,
always been that
kind
guy.
of his first read de facto. I think he's going to be a guy where a lot of people saw him as he's going to get 10 targets a game because that's who he is in this offense. I said there is a lot of mouths on a not great offense. That's why I didn't draft a lot of Evan Ingram personally.
Oh, I loved Evan Ingram.
And all of my shares of Kincaid. Now I'm like, it would have been so much better to just freaking wait a few rounds because tight end sucks, right? But I like Ingram's role in this team. So my prop is going to be on him. And I take both sides of it where I like Evan Ingram higher than 45.5 receiving yards. And I also like the higher than 4.5 receptions as well, just because I think he's going to have 7, 8 catches for 70, 80 yards. I just think that's his identity on this team. And I think these numbers are a little bit low until I'm proven otherwise, maybe. But
100%. I mean, that is definitely something I'm hoping for. I've always been a big fan of Evan Ingram in one way or another. And he can definitely reach that. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw his stat line at the end of the last week. All right, so moving on to the Seahawks at the Falcons. Falcons are favored by 3 points. Over under is 51, which is the highest on the slate this week, or second highest. The first highest is technically the Commanders game, and the Panthers, which is funny in its own right. No notable injuries, so this one probably won't have a ton of we won't have a ton of stuff about, because to be honest, this high of a point total, you're playing everybody. So don't think too much about it, but we are going to talk about some stuff. So one of the big things I wanted to talk about was the Bijan, Tyler Algier split. Should Bijan owners be scared right now?
I don't think they should be scared, because even when the running game is working for both, where it's like, oh my goodness, Algier had 100 yards. It's like Bijan also had 2 touchdowns and his 90 yards. It was still fine. So I don't think you should worry. Bijan's ceiling and what he can do in that offense is just still as high as ever. I think Algier will be frustrating, but in a different way. If he's scoring 10 and Algier scoring 8, you're more frustrated because he has 10, and you just need all of Algier's production to get anything out of him. In their ecosystem, he's going to put up enough points. It's been disappointing. You've seen better. It's going to be better. So, no, I think Algier is definitely startable because of the over-under and what could happen in this game. But Bijan owners, I don't think you're necessarily worried. And you also don't really have a choice, too. So there's also that.
There is also that. I mean, they are pretty much looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. You have Bijan at 56 and Algier at 41. It only looks like recently that they've, brought down Bijan a little bit. Recently, before that, it was more 70-30. Now it's kind of getting more to be that 50-50 split. So you're not getting the full amount that you invested in the beginning of the season, and Algier is slowly eating into that. So I can definitely see why Bijan owners are getting a little bit nervous, but you still got to play him every week. And now it's just more, opportunity. If you need a flex play, you can play Algier in some matchups and be, pretty happy about it. So moving on to the other side, or to another situation, who would you like rest of season? Darnell Mooney or JSN?
Ooh, interesting. Kind of the battle of the high-end flexes for the highest end of flexes, right? So in your leagues where you drafted a nuts team and you have both of these guys, but you're so chalk that you can only start one, or in all your 10 team leagues, you're going to face options like this for your single flex. Mooney, better touchdown upside, better overall offense, 100%. I think. JSN, hard to argue with the targets, though. I'm going to take JSN and his 9 targets, 10 targets a game, and an offense that I think still has room to grow. I think we've seen Mooney have some explosive, crazy games. I don't think we're going to see that as often. I think that offense doesn't always need to go through Mooney. Mooney's going to have some big games, but give me JSN over him rest of season by a hair. It's close, though. Okay.
Now, just to give a little perspective, on average, JSN is getting 8.2 targets per game compared to 7.5 for Mooney at this point. So JSN has that little bit of an advantage in full PPR leagues, of course. So that's huge. I do agree with you. I think Mooney has the higher upside for a TD. He's just more of a downfield guy that can get open. So I like Mooney just a smidge more, but not by a ton, not by a lot. This is a very fun conversation overall. Just because it's very hard to pick.
Sounds like a fun trade opportunity. Yeah. I've ever seen one. If you really believe one side or the other, that's a fun line.
For sure. My next one and my last question for this: who do you like better moving forward, Bijan Robinson or Ken Walker?
Rest of season, I'm taking Ken Walker. Dynasty, I'm still taking Bijan, but the single season that Ken Walker, I think, is going to be able to have in this offense, with how much faith the coaching staff has in him and what they're doing on this team right now. I'm still waiting for the passing game to be what it's supposed to, but there's a reason Geno is leading the NFL in yards, passing yards, right? That there's still a thing there. Walker's just looked ridiculous. He's looked better than Bijan. He's looked like a more talented player. Don't forget, Ken Walker is in the same class as Breece Hall. And Breece Hall and Ken Walker were supposed to be looked at as similar in talent. Breece was just like Breece, more dynamic. But Ken Walker was still up there. Bijan would have been a higher overall pedigree than Breece, class for class, right? I I don't know. Ken Walker passes the eye test for me in a ridiculous way, in a way that even Bijan's not doing
Agreed.
for me.
Yep, I agree. I mean, right now, Bijan is the running back 8 on the season, with Kenneth Walker being running back 12 and missed 2 games. So, that's pretty significant in my eyes. I definitely see it. I saw it the last few weeks with Ken Walker. A little disappointed that I didn't trade for him earlier, but he is somebody I'm looking for. In this particular game, one of the props that I like is Kenneth Walker more than 3.5 receptions. I'm taking that all day. He's been doing real well through the air. They tend to, use him a lot in that fashion. So I'm going to go with he can definitely get at least 4 receptions in this game.
Yeah, I like that quite a bit. And I have my shares of Kenneth Walker. Hope so as well. So I'm going to put some faith in JSN is averaging like 8.2, I think it was, targets
8.2
per game. I generally think he's even going to hit the over on that more often than not. So my prop that I like over on Underdog is higher than 4.5 receptions. I think he's a 5 or 6 catch a game guy way more often than he is a 4 catch a game guy, and they should throw the ball often. So many times in tougher matchups, I've seen him just be fingertips away from having a really big game. And I think this is one of those spots where the big game is finally here for him.
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully that's the case. When it comes to your prop, I hope that works out. So moving on, we're going to go on to the Titans versus the Bills. Titans are going to be going out to Orchard Park to visit the 4-2 Bills. Bills are 9.5-point favorites. The over-under for this game is 41. You hate seeing those numbers, but it's all in favor of the Bills at this point. They just got their brand new shiny toy with Amari Cooper, who is expected to play in this game as per Sean McDermott. They basically did a huge crash course on the playbook, and they're going to throw him out there and get him involved as soon as he can. Some notable injuries to know about. Will Levis, he's listed currently as questionable. He was limited on Wednesday. Then he was a full participant on Thursday, and then limited again on Friday. So that's not good to see him jump down a particular, practice rep. Maybe it's just to manage, but at the end of the day, that's not a good thing. Tajay Spears is ruled out for this particular game for the Titans. James Cook is dealing with a foot and toe injury. He was a full practice today and is good to go. There is no injury designation for him anymore, but his running back roommate, Ray Davis, is dealing with a calf injury after he did so well the other night. It was sad to see on a Monday night game to see that type of production from Ray. I loved it and hated it at the same time. It was the most bittersweet moment of my life. But he popped on the injury report Thursday with a calf injury. He was limited on Friday, but Sean McDermott said that they might not have him for this game, so he doesn't sound optimistic. So I would keep a good eye on this one on, Sunday morning with me, and I will let you guys know if he's active or inactive. But otherwise, it looks like it might go back to the James Cook show. So now that I already talked up Ray Davis for a minute, we got to see what he did on Monday night. Everybody got an opportunity. Is he the starting running back now, or do you think he's just going to kind of eat a little bit more into James Cook, touches, moving forward?
No, I still think it's Cook's backfield. Cook is still like draft pedigree to draft pedigree. Cook was the more talented player, more NFL draft capital. He's definitely more dynamic. Like Ray Davis did good in a matchup where I think he was already supposed to do pretty good in, to be honest. And we like what he showed, but it was a better box score than he looked good. Cook has looked really good though. Like Ray Davis looked good, but I think it was like, oh, the rookie looks good. Cook has been fantastic. Knows the offense, is definitely the better player. So is Ray Davis going to get in there and be annoying? Yeah, like it's going to be annoying for the Cook owner to have Ray Davis probably now is actually going to get some random red zone looks and some more important looks, and it is what it is. But I'm looking at Ray Davis as he's more of like he's fool's gold in terms of a starter, but I think he's an elite handcuff at this point because
100%.
now you've seen that if Cook actually went down, Ray Davis could emerge into a pretty sick role where you just don't really know but before then. So Davis is one that now he has to be rostered, but I'm definitely not I'm not starting him if Cook plays in any game. I'm elite starter if Cook is out.
Okay, fair enough. I agree with that 100%. We saw a lot from him on Monday night, so I really hope I found a good handcuff in a couple of my leagues. So the bigger question, of course, like I said in the beginning of this game, Amari Cooper is now a part of the Buffalo Bills. He is now going to be the top passing option, hopefully, in this offense. Kind of takes a damper on Keon Coleman, for those that were really excited about him. He definitely takes a step back. So now that Cooper's in this lineup, are you playing him this week against this Titans offense or defense?
I would.
Okay.
Now, I don't have him ranked high. I
Okay.
think Cooper's going to have a decent game. I think they're going to get him involved because they want to, but also because naturally they want Josh Allen to be able to have a decent passing game
100%.
at will, right? And so I think they're just naturally going to lean towards, if there's a pass catcher that can get open at a reasonable rate, they're going to throw him the ball. Khalil Shakir is good, not great. Amari Cooper's a better route runner, more talented football player. Shakir was still getting 5, 6 targets and doing good with them. Cooper should, I think, walk into like at least that is kind of what I expect. So you might see in my prop here in a little bit, like I think he's going to be okay. And I think based on the type of capital that it takes to either draft or acquire him, you were already looking at him as sort of a very disappointing flex play. Now you can look at it as an awesome with upside flex play.
100%.
Still a play.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on board too. I want him anywhere I can. I'm playing him. He's more of a wide receiver too, in my opinion, for this. But I mean, in some situations you have no choice but to have him but your wide receiver 1, and I'm okay with that. He's just a low end 1 in that case. There's really no one to talk about on the Titans side of the ball other than Tony Pollard, to be honest, and you're playing him. So do you want anybody else in this offense, or are is Tony Pollard the only guy?
Yeah, so like the real question there is like if you drafted Ridley and Ridley went around the same spot where like so people were like, you were into Terry McLaurin, you might have been in on Deontay Johnson. That was all a range of like dark horses that the fantasy community, the analysts were pretty in on, right? If you drafted Ridley, you were really in on him and what he maybe could be, right? For me, I think Ridley is a low end flex because of his, variance and how bad he can be in a bad game. And yeah, I'm kind of with you on when it comes to when we're talking about like must starts. Pollard is an absolute must start. I think you have to talk about Ridley because we're going to play him at some time this year, right? Like we have to play him at some time this year. If we can't play Ridley at some time this year, that is going to be one abysmal offense. Will Levis's career is over. I hope we can start Ridley again because I have a few shares of him. But yes, the answer to your question is Tony Pollard is the only player on the Tennessee Titans that is worth mentioning to start in any format of fantasy football right now.
Yeah, it is quite sad to see how this offense has been. It's all based on the exact things that we talked about and what you can see right below. 9.5 point favorites, 41 over under, which means all the points are going towards the Bills. So it's tough to see. My prop for this particular game is going off this, the same concept. Will Levis more than a half an interception, which means all he needs is 1. He's pretty much thrown one or fumbled or something in every game this year that he's played. I'm taking it. Just running with that narrative.
Yeah. Feels like you get 2 shots at it too, right? The first shot is
always
in the first 3 quarters, he just has to make a mistake. And I think that's a shot. The other one is like in the 4th quarter when they are clearly trailing the Buffalo Bills and have to throw the ball. There's going to come a down where he's going to have to throw a very bad pass, and that's almost a free pick half the time. You're probably hitting it on one of them. That's honestly why in these spots I sometimes like doubling down on like I'm just going to take the 2 interceptions because if they're having a bad game, why not have a really bad game? Yeah, I like that one. Really, really good bet, good spot. The Bills defense projects to be like they should be better at some point than they are. and maybe this is a good spot for them to get right. So cool. I like Amari Cooper higher than 34.5 receiving yards. I think the average Josh Allen passing game in a matchup they should win should be good enough for their wide receiver 1 to sustain at least 50, 60 receiving yards. And I think Amari Cooper, even on maybe a limited snap count, like maybe he only plays 70, 65, 70% of the snaps, which I think he probably will.
Yeah.
That's 2-3 catches, and I think they're going to scheme him open as a welcome to Buffalo gesture at a minimum. Yeah. And like that's 1 or 2 catches for him. So yeah, I think that's a pretty safe line. It's the only time you're going to get that as a line. I think next week that's going to be 45.5, 52.5. So yeah, I'm just going to take it and say that the game script will play out in a way where he doesn't have 85, 92% snap share. He has 70 to 65, and that's still plenty.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. So we're going to dive into some live Q&A. So those that have thrown their questions in the chat, we were going to answer them now. So after Tone Bear, we're going to pretty much we're going to stop with the Q&A and move on to more games, and then we're going to come back to the chat and answer. If there are any questions you guys have moving forward, please don't hesitate to ask. We will get to them on the next live Q&A part of it. But if you want your super chat answered, just throw a super chat in and we will answer it for you. So make sure you guys do that if you want your, answer. If you want an answer to your question right away. So first and foremost, we go to Waldo. Sorry, if I'm butchering that name, I'm sorry. It's just how I read it. He goes, buy, sell, or hold Chris Olave.
So I think you might have actually been on stream with Phil and I earlier. So I know I went on a little bit of a rant on this. I'll just sum it up real quickly. For me, Olave was someone I had a lot of shares of. I made it a point I wanted to sell Olave when I could. I didn't spend enough time. I missed my opportunity to make something happen. And now we're here with Olave. So as an Olave owner, doesn't feel good. In my opinion, based on what I've been seeing in my leagues, out in the actual leagues that I play in the streets, you're not able to get enough for Olave to justify a trade right now. It kind of feels like some people got off of the Drake London train a little bit too early, because sometimes as a fantasy owner, you can get stuck into that mentality that, at least from a dynasty perspective, and if by still holding Olave, we're probably talking dynasty for the most part, that this season is just the one that matters. It's like this season just might be terrible or doomed for some teams and players. And that was Drake London last year, and it's a whole new year this year, right? So I think we can look at that way with Olave from a dynasty standpoint and say his value is too low now. His value could increase by an entire average second-round pick of value if he just gets back to form. And that's if you hold 2 to 3 extra games and you can get an extra second-round pick for a player by reminding the community that he is still good, you should hold. So Olave is a clear hold because the window to sell is just past. You just can't sell him anymore. His value is not going to spiral out of control because he's still young and his situation can only get better. So it's like a slam dunk hold. I don't see another option. Do you kind of see that way? The same way, Mike? Or?
I own Chris Olave currently in Dynasty, and I'm holding. There's nothing I can do. It's just the best thing to do at the moment. I agree with you. His value to sell was kind of like a couple weeks ago when he kind of had a couple of really good games back to back. But I can't at this point do anything other than hold and just see what he can do. He does ask, would you trade him away for Chase Brown? And the answer to me is no. I'm not going to. That's too low of a price, in my opinion.
Is this redraft? Let me know if you're talking redraft.
I was gonna say,
I can see if you're coming from the dude, I got to win my league. It's redraft.
Yeah,
that's probably the question.
I can see that, but honestly, in dynasty format, I am keeping him and not doing this type of move. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. In redraft, where it's hey, but Chase Brown
think about it.
Is looking like the better running back, touchdown upside. He's having some big games. When's Olave even going to give me 10 points?
I would think about it, but I would be less.
I think it's not a league-winning move, is what I'm saying. For Olave, I like Chase Brown, but I would want to try to find a deal. If I'm gonna have to sell Olave just to do something with him, I want to find a way to make a more like league winning move. And losing Olave to get Chase Brown back just feels like admitting defeat and trying to like salvage a still losing situation. It's better to just hold on to Olave because the way where you win your league is Olave goes back to form. Shaheed goes on IR. Olave goes back to 10 targets and is forcibly doing something with them, and then you're fine. So no, I wouldn't do that. And I could like play the name game with you, Mike, to see like where I would sell him for in redraft. But you're gonna have to go through a pretty long list.
It would be a long
finally
list.
Get to like, all right, fine, I'll do it. And it's probably on a team where I'm screwed at running back and I need somebody, and so fine, I'll do it then.
Yeah, honestly, it would take a long time for me to get to that list. Because I'm on board. Timothy, what's going on, brother? He goes, should I start Zach Ertz or Kate Nodden? I have Mason and Kirk in the flex. Would it be possible to start both and sit one of those options? This is FTF.
Oh,
Iron
I think
Man
he's
League.
from one of my leagues. Actually, we have a
Full
league where
PPR.
it's like it's like the max points or whatever, and one of the league play is the winner of max points, and another for like a kind of an ultimate championship. I think that's the league he's talking about because I'm in the other half of that league. Super fun. Yeah, it's one of the few redrafts I'm in where like there's still a small tight end premium, which you don't see in redraft as much, where I think it's kind of fun. So it's double flex. So there's a lot of these situations where people can like try to go like heavy tight end, bully tight end as a redraft viable strategy. Interesting.
Oh no, this is Christian Kirk. Okay, I thought it was
Christian Kirk and Jordan Mason.
Yeah,
it's only half tight end premium, so like I'm definitely playing Mason and Kirk and not considering flexing either of them over any of those. That's a quick no for me. Are you same for you or no?
Yeah, if you're gonna put it that way, yeah. Because that half point really doesn't do much for me for Otten or Ertz.
Yeah,
I think Mason has a better game, and Kirk could definitely have a good game.
Yeah, ceiling plays.
Yeah, both ceiling plays. Yeah, I wouldn't start either or.
I think I like Otten because I feel that game could get out of hand in a different sort of way. Like I feel like
fair enough.
Derrick Henry could rush for 3 touchdowns on 3 carries and do something stupid, and I could see Baker and the passing offense just needing to make something happen. It's tough to run on the Ravens. I think they're going to have to do a lot of passing. I could see Otten getting in the end zone. I could even see him having just a decent game outright. Ertz feels like a desperation flex where like Otten feels like not the worst. I have Otten at least a few spots higher.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm going to still run with Mason and Kirk in this one for sure.
Yeah. For the flex, Mason and Kirk, if you have to start one at your tight end position.
Yeah. Okay. So Waldo, he goes 2-4, 10-team full PPR. What moves am I making? Stroud, A-Chain, Brees Hall, London, AJ Brown, Trey McBride, Dell, and then benches Olave, Juju. You're not doing a damn thing. I don't even have to read the rest of the team. You're not doing a damn thing, and you're going to enjoy every minute of what you have.
He lost Etienne for 1 week, but otherwise he's been great.
Yeah.
London has been mostly fantastic. More of as of recent, maybe 1 or 2 weeks.
Brown has been out for the last few weeks.
Brown
McBride
killed
was
weeks
out for
2, 3, 4, and 5 for you.
Yep.
McBride took 1 week. Dell
will be
low end flex. So I can see how like there's a lot of slow starts here. Stroud has mostly been like a fringe QB1, which kind of have sucked too.
But he's definitely better with Collins, at the helm, and he'll be back in a week or two.
Running back backups. So thank God. I mean, Tank is nice to have because now he's like a legitimate backup because otherwise you're thin at running back. Brees having the abysmal start to the season, it's what's really been tanking you.
But overall,
your backup for him has not been like if your backup's been Bigsby, I can see that has been some issues.
Overall, I like this team.
Yeah, your team's so freaking good. Like, better days ahead for Brees. AJ Brown's going to be fantastic again. McBride looks phenomenal. Like, yeah, he looks every bit as good as you need him to be. That offense, Kyler's just not been putting up the yardage. There's a lot of positive regression to come from McBride in yardage and touchdowns.
Oh, yeah. And especially
Dell definitely is going to look like a real flex here pretty soon. If anything, I think you should aggressively look to flip like waiver wire out of Quorum and into anything else, or like I'm not even benching or rostering Rodgers until like I have to for 1 week.
Yeah.
I'm going to be looking aggressively to pick up something more meaningful at running back. Try to catch the league winning flex play there. Your flex is going to be so strong though that basically there's not going to be a wide receiver that's ever going to crack your flex. So there's no point even looking on the waiver wire for wide receivers. It's my best advice to you is running back only. And you're probably looking to trade. And if you're looking to trade, you're looking to strengthen yourself at running back.
Yeah.
I think you're just naturally going to win a lot of your next few games and probably set yourself up to be fine.
I like it. Yeah, for sure. I think it's just kind of waited out and everything should kind of fall into place. So Derek goes stash Roshan Johnson or Blake Corum. I'm going Corum.
Better stash. Wow, that's a toss-up, huh?
Yeah.
I'm actually going to say Roshan. I'm going to say Roshan because Corum is only relevant if the starter actually goes down. Roshan has an odd path to being like flex-worthy in the absolute stupidest pinch, which would give me the nod. Like, he's been startable. He's gotten in the end zone. He's got like 3-4 touchdowns in the year already. Yeah. Like, where Corum has been actual unplayable. Randomly getting 7-8 fantasy points versus getting 1. If that ever comes up, that's why I would say Roshan.
Okay.
Corum's maybe max upside is a tiny bit better, but Roshan you could at least play.
Okay. Fair enough. Tony Nelson, what's going on, brother? Great to see you here. He just said, just did a trade of Baker, Ferguson, and Connor for DK and Jonathan Taylor. He has Lamar and Laporta and Hawk. Someone voted to veto, which I don't get, but I'm hella happy with it. First off, I'm just gonna say this because I need to. If your league has veto, get the fuck out. Like, there is no point in being a league where they veto trades. We are grown people in this particular thing. We all are involved. We all know what we're doing in one way or another. And even if you don't, no one should be vetoing a trade unless it is absolutely absurd. This is absolutely ridiculous. No one should have vetoed anything.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'll be the first to say, like, it's kind of like if you get yourself into a bad situation, sometimes bad things will happen, and league selection is a thing, right? That's why I really like that. Like, I found the Get Right Fantasy Network because like I was mock drafting and like me and Rasta just like he randomly like hit me up. It was a nice community. It was a nice gesture of like, hey man, I see you grinding out here. Like, you should come grind out with us. Like, that's how I find in my early days, before doing like full fantasy analyst stuff. That's how I got into my most fun leagues that I enjoyed, was finding good communities to join leagues. But there was plenty of leagues where if you join and you're the random, every now and again something crazy is going to happen.
Oh, I have a story for that.
But I still agree with you, and that's, dude, no, you don't veto. Like, you put yourself into that situation where somebody's going to be a shark and somebody's going to be a minnow. It's going to be an imbalanced trade. That player's going to learn. That one guy, way to hustle, I guess. You could look down upon it for sure. You definitely could, but I don't know. I don't look super favorably on it, but definitely don't be doing the veto thing, man. Just like be reasonable. And
it's a good trade for you. I think you did fine. I understand.
It is a good trade. I think they were like, no, man. Like,
no, I don't want your team to get better. Like,
I think they're saying like, yeah, this is great for the DK and Taylor guy.
Yeah,
and
of course.
Like, Baker's solid, Connor's solid.
Yeah, all these things.
You found a team that needs a quarterback badly, and you were able to find. What's really hard to do in fantasy? Trading a quarterback for value.
Oh yeah, you did great, and don't let that veto get in your way. Be happy with it. At the end of the, I have a fun story where I joined a rando dynasty league startup. Excuse me, that I was really excited about. I really, this was something new to me. I haven't really been a part of a dynasty startup yet. And the guy that I got invited with, he was, he's one of the guys in the industry that has been doing it for years. One of my buddies now that me and him actually connected on this. And we both joined, and during the process it seemed fine. There were a couple scenarios that it was a little weird. There was a couple trades that people weren't really for, but the commissioner had the ability to veto, and we're sitting there like, why? Like, let this thing pass, let everything just go right through. There shouldn't be any pending trade. I think that's ridiculous. And at one point it got so involved to the point where I was upset at one point where one guy made a pickup, and then some guy the commissioner questioned it, and then got all pissy about it when the guy threw it back to him and said, hey, he called him out on his bullshit. That's all he did. And he didn't say anything negative or like mean or anything like that. 2 minutes later, he booted the industry guy that I was with out of the league, and then said some horrible shit about him, threw up pictures that I did not agree with, calling him, I even hate saying the word, but he called him retarded and a bunch of other things. And I sat there and I'm like, you gotta be, I'm sorry, bro. Like, you can't just boot a guy because he said that you suck at fantasy football. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's just childish. You're being a child here. You basically kicked him for no reason. And I ended up just leaving on my own accord. I was like, sorry, guys. If I'm going to leave, I'm going to leave on my own, because I'm not having you boot me out of here. And I love that team that I drafted. So I'm a little disappointed, even though 2 of the guys are on IR right now. But overall, I completely get it. But don't ever have vetoes in your league. It is stupid. Just dumb. Sorry. I know you got to go take a break. Take a break. I'll answer these last couple by myself. Don't worry. Kendall will be right back. Just needs a bathroom break. We're going to be here for a minute. So sorry. Perry goes, picked up D-Hop in both leagues, hoping he gets traded to the Chiefs, but it seems like Tennessee isn't too eager to trade. Yeah, we'll wait and see how that goes. I doubt it, but we'll have to wait and see. Tone Bear, you have my last question. So I'm gonna answer this last question, and then we're gonna move on. And then I'm going to answer more live Q&A after we go through a couple of the games. So don't worry, we're here for you guys. We're going to answer your questions, so don't stress. But make sure, if you guys want your question answered right away, we have super chats available for that reason. So if you need us to answer a question, throw us a super chat. It helps support the channel and keep us going. So Tone Bear, he goes 1-5. Need to shake things up bad. Got Puka, CMC, and Brooks on IR. Damn, you're lucky you get 3 IR spots. Is it possible for me to trade away Kyren Williams, Brandon Ayuk for Amon-Ra? I don't hate that move. I think that you're getting a solid player out of that. You're definitely getting somebody that I think is worth it overall. I would do that. You're 1-5. I don't think it's a horrible move overall. To kind of try to get better at this point. You do have Brooks in the win. Same with CMC and Puka. I mean, they're all going to be coming back in the next 2-3 weeks anyway. So it's going to be a few minutes for them to, be the way that they are. So what do you think about this question there, Kendall?
I like the old shake things up here. I see how it's possible for me to trade away Kyren Ayuk from Amon-Ra. It's definitely possible. Kyren, I think, is a guy rest of season. I think is going to be super freaking strong, though. Like, I do think he's going to be a top 5 running back rest of season. So, I mean, if you're going to do this, it's got to be for like a top 3 type of guy. I don't know if I view Amon-Ra as that. Okay. If I'm being real with you. So be careful. Kyren in particular is just a name that I think that offense gets better. And Kyren is looking like he's the most guaranteed, like 20 touches and a touchdown. I think, like, next to Derrick Henry, he's the most locked and loaded to score a touchdown on a weekly basis. So that's the one name. But I would flip Ayuk. I would look at something else in that particular aspect. And you could bank on, like, what if Brooks isn't the answer? Like, You
So
can sell the hopes and dreams of what Brooks might be along with Ayuk to like move up and go get someone kind of crazy.
Okay, so his team, he posted here. It's Kyler, Kyron, CMC, Brooks, Dottle, Mason, Tracy, Puka, Ayuk, Worthy, Alave, Mooney, Deontay Johnson, Waddle, Mooney. Oh, you did Mooney twice. You got that. Kraft, Laporta. Any advice would help. Already tried selling Kraft. So even looking at this roster, if you sell Kyron, you're kind of going to make yourself weak at running back.
In a way where you won't be able to sell yourself back into it for the same price.
Yeah.
Like running back is unfairly expensive because they get injured disproportionately.
Yeah, and then you're pretty much running with Mason and Tracy for the next 3 weeks, at the very least. And actually, it might be 4 weeks because they'll probably come back after I think, don't they have a week? Are they week 10? If memory serves me.
Yeah,
The
possibly.
Rams. I think the Rams are week 10. I could be wrong. I have to look. But personally, I probably, now that I look at your team, now that I got an idea of it, maybe I wouldn't do that just because you're losing a good piece of your team for that. You have good pieces with Puka when he comes back. I understand you're kind of weak at wide receiver for now, running Deontay, Ayuk, and most likely Worthy or Olave. But you have better days coming in week 8. You could have Tua back with Waddle, which is going to be huge. So I wouldn't sell off too quickly. Definitely give yourself a minute, but I do think you're going to be okay. Yeah, their bye week was already in week 6. So they already came out of their bye. But either way, you're going to be just fine. I would not stress.
I mean, I do think there is some play. Like if you need to shake it up and you definitely want to shake it up, there's other ways to do it. Don't sell Kyron. I don't think you need running back to be a strength of yours.
Which it will be in a few weeks.
I think you're running into the issue of like, you have a lot of disappointing wide receivers. Like Olave, disappointing. Worthy is inconsistent, which has led to disappointment. Ayuk has been very disappointing. Deontay has started to be great, but Waddle has been worse than most waiver wire options, right? So you have a lot of like names that aren't producing at wide receiver, and you just want someone that you can trust to give you some production at the position. So you're looking to tier up at wide receiver. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And there are some names I would go after. Keep in mind, you also are only going to get a good deal from another losing team. If you target someone that's 3-2 or God forbid better, they're only going to take a deal unless they're winning the deal on paper, right? You go after someone who is just as desperate as you are. They're going to be equally ready to like, all right, screw it. Let's get it done. I'm going sell Waddle.
I was going to say sell CMC to somebody that's willing to.
If you're going to sell to a winning team, it's definitely going to be CMC.
But that's my point. Sell to a winning team with CMC, and you'll be able to get back at least something decent because they're going to, hopefully they're the ones thinking, oh, he's going to do great. He's going to be my key piece to win the league, when he's really a landmine.
Has to be a super 5-0, but we'll see. I haven't seen good enough value for that trade yet.
100%. Yeah.
It's league dependent, but go after the 5-0 person and see what they're thinking or whatever.
Yeah,
so I'm with
down.
that. I like, there will be better days for Ayuk, but I definitely like the idea of Worthy and there was one other on.
You could even do
roster,
Worthy and CMC to the to that 5-0 team and maybe get more out of it.
We're Worthy and Olave, packaging like 2 of those to move up and target someone I think could make some sense. Godwin, I think, is going to be amazing rest of season, but the owner might think like, oh, this is a good sell high option, right? Sometimes when a player is producing as the wide receiver 1, it's because that's just what it's going to be. Not because it's like, oh, I got to sell this while it's valuable. I think Godwin could be one of those, like, I'm going to overpay for Godwin. And it's like, no, it's not an overpay, dude. That guy is just, he's doing his thing this year. So you can go after Godwin. You could try to go after CD if the owner just needs something to happen and you've got big names. You can throw 2 big names for CD. Try to make something happen there. That could be interesting. Okay. I think Garrett Wilson is still a buy low for me because I think the owner is
Oh,
probably
yeah, you could
frustrated
definitely
and
do that.
thinks the Devontae Adams thing is terrible. I think it's actually going to make him a
Oh,
little
I think it's going to be helpful.
smoother,
Yeah. We'll
more
get into that.
consistent. That's definitely an option. And there are not a lot of, in my opinion, there's not a lot of good like buy low candidates at wide receiver right now. The list is not like super amazing outside
you gotta
of a few
wait.
of those names.
You got to wait. But yeah, if anything, I would trade those other guys that we were talking about. Don't trade Kyron. I think everyone else you could probably find something for and make your team better. All right. So
if the league winner has Nico Collins, try to send CMC.
Oh, that was another one too. Yeah, that's another guy. So next game on the slate, we are going to be going with the Bengals going to Cleveland to face the Browns. Bengals are favored by 5.5 in this one. The over-under is 41.5. Some big notable injuries, of course, is Amari Cooper isn't there anymore. That's a big news for them. Also, they're going to be getting Nick Chubb back, which is huge. Nick Chubb is expected to make his debut after coming off of his gruesome injury last year in week 2. He will be playing despite the questionable tag. It was already, discussed by Kevin Stefanski. He's going to play. They're going to ease him in, probably most likely into the rotation. I don't think he'll get like this crazy amount of crazy workload right off the bat. Deontay Foreman is also dealing with an injury as well, and Jerome Ford is also ruled out in this one. So it's really going to be Chubb, Deontay Foreman, and Pierre Strong. Those are going to be your 3 running backs for the Browns. There are no real injuries to really talk about for the Bengals. Everyone seems to be pretty healthy. But other than that, let's get into it. So who is the new number 1 wide receiver in Cleveland? Is it Jerry Jeudy? Is it Elijah Moore? Who's worth starting in this particular, situation?
Well, the Jerry Jeudy trade starts to make more sense now. It looks like this was a move they were probably always considering with Cooper as sort of a plan B, and I think it makes a lot of sense for them, honestly, especially with where they're at. I think they brought Jerry Jeudy in to be an affordable wide receiver 1, a stable wide receiver 1.
Affordable. His contract's insane.
His contract is way too much money for what he is, high. But I guess their whole point is look, we're going to have to pay somebody. And everyone else, they're like, I think their idea is everyone else is just still not going to be enough. So we might as well go with the cheapest on the range of wide receiver 1s and see what it is, And maybe it was also an option for look, maybe Jeudy was hey, could Jeudy have been he could still get better. I don't think he can. I still think he's kind of just an average guy, but I could see why they might take a swing on him.
Yeah.
Still, you're kind of right though. It is one of those the Browns being the Browns, man.
I'm looking for his contract because it was so gross to look at. It was 52. It's 52 total.
It's a lot of money. They should have paid about $10 million less, and then it would have
78 guaranteed. 78.5 or 78.1% is fully guaranteed. That's absolutely disgusting.
It's pretty gross, man. Free agents getting paid these days, man. What are you gonna do? But it is Jeudy. Judy's the one. I made a mention of it earlier. It's how valuable is that for fantasy purposes? The flag, the hill that I'll stand on is that David Njoku is going to be the fantasy wide receiver 1 for them. Similar to what Evan Ingram needs, Trevor Lawrence needs of that team. It's just the tight end is the comfort spot for the quarterback. It's the quarterback's best friend, ends up having a lot of targets. And when you have some talent at the position to expose mismatches a little bit more, Njoku is very talented. Evan Ingram is very talented. And I think those are what I project. So I think David Njoku, I'm going to be taking a lot of higher ends. They're going to be in a lot of props for me for the next couple of weeks. He's a guy I'm excited to. I was actually about to recommend trading for Amari Cooper or David Njoku because I thought
right before
one of these moves was going to happen. Obviously, it was too late, but I'm happy with my shares of Njoku because he went to the waiver wire in a lot of spots, being unplayable for quite some time with the injury. So looking forward to that. I don't think Jeudy is going to be super consistent because the wide receiver one for them hasn't with the quarterback play. If anyone's going to be, it's going to be Judy. It might be worthwhile. Judy is maybe someone who can more consistently. He's a decent route runner. I mean, there's a world in which Judy is like decent and startable. I would bet on a lot of other wide receiver 3s on the waiver wire than Jerry Judy, if I'm being real.
Yeah, and right now I agree with Joe. He has to stay healthy. He's definitely somebody that needs to continue to be healthy and work well. I think they definitely need a little bit more work. I do miss Joe Flacco so much in this offense. To have a guy like Njoku, who is, his best friend. Watson is just right now, their team is in shambles because they have a lot of injuries on their the biggest injuries are their tackles. They pretty much both their tackles are down. They're both Pro Bowlers. So it's very hard for me to be on board with this team in one way or another. So it's pretty sad. The next guy I wanted to talk about is Chase Brown. He every week he seems to just be getting better and better to be a part of the this particular to lead this backfield. Chase Brown had a solid week last week. Is he now a weekly flex option?
I like his upside. I think you're starting to see, like, the team is even starting to see that, he is the more explosive back, and the explosive back tends to be the more useful one in a lot of offensive situations where it's just about how do I get a first down? How do I buy an explosive situation to get into the red zone or to capitalize in the red zone, right? That's what you see from Detroit is sometimes they need to use Gibbs in the red zone because they actually need the explosive back to be able to win a matchup outside of just the bruiser. So I wish Chase Brown was more involved in the passing game. I think those that were in on him, like I was in the preseason, all of you guys out there that were in on Chase Brown, it's because we also thought he could get 3, 4, 5 targets and do a lot with them. Just one extra screen would be really, really great. So hopefully that's still yet to be unlocked. But what I do like is the Bengals offense seems to be working. There's a lot of yards getting put up. There's a lot of red zone chances. A lot of those can go to Chase Brown. So I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Chase Brown. It's an offense that's going to put up and going to want to put up 30 plus in every single game. I'm going to want a big portion of the explosive part of that running back game. So yeah, I do think he is a weekly flex. Even in some cases, like, I don't think he's the worst. Like, if he has to be your running back too, because you're all in on wide receiver, tight end elsewhere, honestly, not the worst, right? Chase Brown was one of my favorite 0 RB kind of targets. So yeah, is he worth a flex? Yes. And even more honestly than that. Like,
okay.
You're getting 10 fantasy points out of him in the worst case scenarios often enough. That's a great floor to have.
Okay. I don't disagree with you. I do think Chase Brown should be used a little bit more overall. So hopefully that becomes the case. Hopefully they start using him a little more. So I'm going to go to my props for this game, and it's going to be Joe Burrow more than 9.5 rushing yards. I like this a lot just because of how aggressive the Browns can be on defense. They tend to, they tend to rush a ton and play man, a lot. So I know Joe can kind of, get things done with his legs, and 10 yards is not hard to come by. So I do think 9.5, more than 9.5 rushing yards is pretty doable for Joe Burrow.
He would have hit this on 4 of 6 games already this year.
Yeah.
Decent on attempts. He had a couple 1-1-2s there, but 4 attempts, 6 attempts, 4 attempts recently. If it's on some recency bias, yeah, I think there's an edge there on recency. It's definitely been something that's been effective for him. I would certainly try it a few more times after that, ripping off that amazing long one. Certainly, I like that. I'm going with just what I think is sort of a chalky number. The Bengals are going to get up. The Bengals are going to, like, the Browns have a decent defense, but I just think the Bengals are too much of a talented offense, can score in too many ways. And while they're down, the Browns don't pass the ball well, but they will figure it out. Maybe Nick Chubb will get them enough first downs to pass a few more times. I have Jerry Jeudy higher than 48.5 receiving yards. I was debating the David Njoku line here. I'd have to go look that up. I think I probably would take that too. His health is a little bit of a concern for me, but I think that is a bet I was also be willing to place here. I don't want to place it with both of them because I think the overall offense just doesn't support it. But I would think that this is a spot where it's just a good number. I think Judy should be able to hit 50, 55 yards in a lot of scripts, even with a bad game. And so I'm just going to take the higher than on this one.
Okay. I like it. I like what you're going for here. They're going to be a negative game script. So hopefully that works out for you. So next we're going to go into the Texans and Packers game. Texans are going out to Lambeau and facing the Packers, who are 3-point favorites in this particular matchup. Over under for this game is 48 points. Right now, the biggest notable injuries for this game is Dontavian Wicks. He has a shoulder injury that he is currently dealing with. Other than that, I mean, there's not much really to talk about for these games. You're pretty much playing everybody that you can in this, maybe not Wicks. But let's talk about the passing game, because every week we think it's going to be Wicks, it's going to be Watson, it's going to be, Dobbs, is it going to be Reed? And, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but fortunately, it just seems like Reed is the consistent option. So who can you trust in this Green Bay passing game other than Jaden Reed?
I mean, I think the answer is, what do you when you say trust him, what are you looking to get out of it, right? I think we're talking about flex play here, right? We're not even talking about
flex play. Yeah.
So it's who's startable in the flex, and is there any upside to it? What is the level of upside? Well, looks like Dobbs is a pretty solid route runner. Like, he passed the eye test. He earned those targets by running a route in a dangerous area and also winning it. So I think I trust Dobbs a little bit right now. Okay. He certainly has the snap share to get it done too. Now, Christian Watson, like most recently coming back into the lineup, 3 catches, 4 targets, 68 yards, had the touchdown. His usage in the red zone is encouraging. 60% snap share isn't terrible, and it looks like that should probably go north a little bit. You can't trust him yet, but it looks like Christian Watson, as early as next week, could be flex worthy. Jacksonville is going to be a really soft defense. Houston, a little bit better. I don't trust him as much. He's more of a desperation flex for me, is Christian Watson. Dobbs, I rank a little bit higher as a flex play. That's kind of how I look at it. We'll see. I'm paying attention to this game, how the snap shares go. I want to watch the snaps themselves. I want to see who is used in third down situations when the leverage is really, really high. Who is used in the red zone? How does the game script, where do the targets go, match with the snap share? So it's a game I think is worth paying attention to if you want to be sharp on the Green Bay side of things, to see how that breaks down a little bit. This week in particular, I think you have our rankings on that one. How you see it, Mike? Yeah, no,
I like Romeo Dobbs as well. He's just more consistent, a little bit more involved in the passing game as a possession receiver. So I do like him a little bit better. Watson is just too boomer bust in my opinion, and it's hard to catch lightning in a bottle. Wicks, unfortunately, was a bust. I thought he would be a little bit more involved. I think he's a talented player, but unfortunately, there's just too many cooks in the kitchen. They also have Tucker Kraft involved there too. So it's a little murky for me. I'm gonna stay with Dobbs as the wide receiver too for this. So for the Texans, they're doing well. They're winning. They're having a great time. They are 5-1, but they've been without Mixon for the last 5 out of 7 weeks. So he's finished as the RB2 in the last 2 weeks that he's played, like we talked about before. This past week, he only saw 42% snap share, had 102 rushing yards and off of 13 rushing attempts, and a touchdown, 2 receptions on 3 targets for 30 yards and a touchdown. So do you think that his usage recently has just been against really good matchups and doing well, or is this a kind of a fluky type of situation?
I mean, it's pretty elite. I mean, it's elite efficiency and elite usage. It's an elite touchdown rate. It's creating fantasy points in matchups with ridiculously low over-unders. You know, like, yeah, you want the running back in a matchup where you think, the implied points total is pretty plus one side where they should be up. There should be a lot of rushing attempts, right? You just don't expect a running back to just pop up 26 points against New England defense because normally it's kind of a negative fantasy situation. So, no, Mixon just seems to be like, hey, like the Texans are saying, hey, we're good. We're good in a lot of places. And you're just not choosing to stop Mixon. And the thing is, if you're just neutral to stop him, he's good enough to just beat teams in a lot of different ways. He's kind of a dog, man. He's just always been a talented kid.
Mixon.
Now he's like, oh, snap, like decent offensive line and a lot of talent around me. Like, watch what I can do in that type of an ecosystem. And we've seen that before, and we're seeing it now. So, yeah, Mixon's nice. He's real nice. I have him rest of season. I forgot. He's actually moving up. I'm changing my rankings up a little bit, but rest of season, he's like basically a top 5 back for me. I think he's 7 for me right now.
Yeah, I agree. I'm very high on Mixon. Always have been. Was really high in him in the draft process. Saw him as one of those, 4th round guys that you could grab and just run to the bank because he would have done well. It was a little upsetting that he was out with a, high ankle sprain that, was on that hip drop tackle. It sucks, and it's something that hopefully gets, discussed a little more in the offseason, but it is definitely glad, I'm glad to have him back and he's healthy. So Jordan Love, for my props, I'm going to go with Jordan Love, and my prop is going to be more than 8.5 rushing yards for Jordan Love. I feel like it's the same concept as Joe Burrow. He can easily get 8 yards just running out of the pocket and just trying to get a first down. Houston is very good at trying to get to the quarterback. So and they use man coverage in a lot of, scenarios. I think this, he can find that hole and get to the outside and, rush for 8.5 yards. So I'm going to go 8.5 yards more than. He's
pretty athletic.
Yeah, he can be athletic when he
rushing
wants to be.
attempts most recently, 3 the game prior to. That's enough wiggle to get it done. I think maybe a nice line there too. Yeah.
I like these low rushing props.
Yeah, I mean you've really been on them. You're clearly picking your spots. So it's one of those like, hey, if you're watching the show to tail, Mike's been a winning better this year on this. He's I can't say it's like a full system play, but I think
4 for 6, but it tends to be on those quarterback
You've definitely
runs.
identified a few like, hey, the line's good, but sometimes you just feel the quarterback cannot produce it. So that's pretty nice. I like the Packers offense a lot. So I'm going to ride that Jordan Love is putting up 4 passing touchdowns in some of these games.
Wow.
He has a traditional quarterback line of 1.5 passing touchdowns. So I'm just taking the higher than 1.5 passing touchdowns. It feels like 2 passing touchdowns is like the floor for a Jordan Love offense. And it's like, is it 2, 3, or 4 this week? And occasionally 1. So I like that. I like Jaden Reed to be the beneficiary of that offense generally being good. Dobbs' receiving line seems very doable just because it's a little bit cheaper, but the way Jaden Reed produces his yards, he can do so with just 1 or 2 catches tops. So I like Jaden Reed yardage plays in general because he doesn't need much to do it, and he's clearly a focal point. So I'm going to take the higher than 58.5 receiving yards for Jaden Reed. I think Jordan Love probably passes for at least 250, maybe knocks on the door of 300. And it's hard to see Jaden Reed not having, at least 30% of that with his insanely high ADOT. That's kind of, I'm popping those 2 plays together.
Okay. I like it. So we're going to move on to the next game. But just so you guys are aware, we're going to get to live Q&A right after this. So those in the chat, we're going to get to those. We have about 10 questions in there that we're going to get to. Once we get through those, we're going to get through the other games and just keep going every 3 games and going from there. If you guys want your questions answered right away, don't hesitate to use that super chat. Just let us know and put it in, and we'll get it, and we'll answer your question right then and there. So moving right along, we're going to go to the Dolphins visiting the Colts out in Indianapolis. Indianapolis is favored by 3. The over-under for this game is 43.5. I mean, notable injuries in this matchup are Anthony Richardson. They are strongly optimistic that he plays with his shoulder injury. They're basically, he had a weird week of practice, but now it looks like he is going to suit up for this game. Jonathan Taylor was already ruled out for this game. Trey Sherman was dealing with a knee injury prior. He should be playing. Devon Achane has cleared concussion protocol today, so he's good to go. Another guy to keep an eye on was Michael Pittman. He's dealing with that back injury. So he didn't practice today, which is Friday, but he will play as per, a bunch of sources like Adam Schefter and a few others. So he is going to play. Alec Pierce also practiced today, but all the wide receivers are listed as questionable. So Pierce, Pittman, and Downs are all questionable, but it looks like Pittman is looking to, that he should be trending to play barring any setbacks. So mostly all the injuries seem to be on the Colts side of the ball. The only injury that we had to deal with is Devon Achane, and he's healthy and back to normal. So it's looking more and more like Richardson plays, like I said before. Are you guys interested in starting a guy like Michael Pittman in this matchup if Anthony Richardson is the quarterback?
Desperation flex, I would do it. Because if he's playing, if the team is saying, hey, we're paying your salary as your boss, we're happy with you being in this game.
Rafi, I wish he was playing too.
Quarterback's going to throw him the ball. It's going to happen. Like, they're not going to limp him to the finish line. That doesn't make enough sense. So It's one of those, he's out there, you're going to play him. It's a little different than dude, I'm probably not playing Jalen Waddle straight up until we get actual quarterback play. There's just not enough production where it's like Richardson
100%.
Is a little crazy. His production's a little bit weird and wonky, but there's still passing touchdowns to go around. It's Pittman can still limp along and get by. So yeah, I'm flexing Pittman if he plays. It's gross, but I am doing it.
Okay, fair enough. I want to ask this. I'm trying to find a way to phrase this question. So with Jonathan Taylor out, there's been, normally everyone focused on Trey Sherman as the next guy. Do you think instead it might be Tyler Goodson instead?
It's a low end thing for me because look, it's gonna be JT's backfield. So all we're doing is talking about what happens until
just for
JT's
the next week
healthy,
or two,
right? Because let's be clear, there are some backfields where we're like, hey, man, Bucky Irving was a real play because independent value. Jalen Wright got more waiver wire play than I think was even viable because people liked him in the draft process, right? So when some of these players have a week where they're a bright spot, it makes sense. I'm not big on Goodson only because if JT's even a sniff of healthy, it's JT and it's
I'm talking about this week, not
this week in particular.
Yeah.
I don't like, the over-under is 43.5, so a little bit lower than I'd like for that. I think, yes, he's definitely a flex play if it's just his backfield, right? And it's looking like that's probably going to be the thing, right? So if it is just him, I like it. He's good enough in the passing game where he's a starting running back. There's no other options. So at that point, I'm going to play him. And I'd like him over what we've seen with Antonio Gibson. Only because I haven't seen it before. So there's still some upside that's sort of hidden.
Yeah, I like him a lot in full PPR leagues. I think he's definitely somebody that you can flex without thinking twice. I think they're going to heavily use him in this in one way or another. Trey Sherman is really underwhelmed unfortunately. And even with both of them playing, Goodson has been the better back overall. So I do like Goodson as a sneaky play, and especially for this week or next week if Jonathan Taylor's out. Hopefully Jonathan Taylor is back shortly. For the Dolphins, are you playing anyone not named Hill or A-Chain?
No.
Yeah.
Straight up, I'm not doing it.
That's the easiest answer to any question we've had. Like, no. Like, I don't either. I just Snoop Huntley is not the answer. And I understand they're going to be coming off a bye. They had an extra week to kind of get the playbook down and, get the game plan and all that. I still don't trust it.
I'm not playing the quarterback in Superflex. There's other flex options that are not a quarterback that I'm going with. And in redraft single quarterback, Waddle is still not a flex option for me. All the names we've talked about and all the close, even when I say like the low end gross flex spots, I like them all over Waddle.
Agreed. 100%. So a couple of props in this game. One from me is Devon A-Chain being more than 45.5 yards. Now, like I said before, A-Chain is probably the only person that I trust in this particular matchup, and I'm giving him the opportunity to make it more about him. I don't want I don't want Snoop Huntley touching him in any shape, way, or form. I don't want it being anywhere near him. All he's got to do is hand the guy the ball and let him get the yardage. I'm going to rely on that for this particular prop. I'm hoping that it's all him and he can, do what he does best and get those long runs that he can. It will probably get, more involved in the screen, more likely. But I don't trust Snoop enough to even do the combined prop for this. So I'm going to go 44.5 rushing yards, more than.
Yep. Colts defense is pretty soft. Pretty much everything feels like Devon A-Chain, even if they know it's coming, he should be able to rip something bigger off.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm firing up and excited about all my Devon A-Chain shares in this particular matchup too. I'm going with this is a similar. I'm going to call this like a system play. I'm going to play it every single week personally until it starts failing, and I don't think it's going to happen more or less until the books reset the lines for this player. My original one this season was Chris Godwin, where consistently I just felt like he's catching 6 balls every single game for the rest of his life, and his line was consistently 5 or 5.5, and we won every single week until finally this week he's at 6.5. And I'm still taking it. It's not as bettable anymore, but like it's still almost there for me, if I'm being real. This system is going to be Josh Downs is a target machine. He's the glue that makes that offense works. He's like, sometimes people play like the Jacoby Myers role in an offense, but he's like a real NFL wide receiver. Like he's a real dude.
Oh yeah.
We're excited for what Adonai Mitchell could be. People that scouted in the draft were like, no, Adonai Mitchell has something, but like Josh Downs is just
already has it.
Better NFL wide receiver, like straight up. He's real. Seeing him get 8, 9, 10 targets. Yeah, I think Anthony Richardson is a worse passer of the football than Joe Flacco at this stage in his career. Like it is what it is. That's not what I'm in on A-Rich for. I think Josh Downs, no matter who's throwing the ball, he's going to command, targets are earned in the NFL. Downs is going to earn him in a spot where it's valuable to that team. So I like him to catch 5 to 7 passes, easily hitting the higher than on 4 receptions.
Okay. All right. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, boys and girls, we're going to go into some live Q&A and answer your questions. We're going to get up to Waldo, and then we're going to get back to the games real quick. So we're going to answer your questions. We got C-Dog. What's up, C-Dog? How you doing, brother? He goes, Kyler, Geno, or A-Rod?
Kyler, Geno, or A-Rod? Is this just 1 week or rest of season?
I'm assuming this week.
This week, I still like Kyler's upside. I'm going to go Kyler Murray here. I like the way he's been using his legs in enough games.
Yeah.
There's still some upside for Marv in this spot. I'm going Geno as my second there, and I think that game has some sneaky upside. I'm just generally Kyler over Geno right now.
Oh, I said A-Rod. I'm sorry. I think we both knew who we meant. Anthony Richardson. Yes.
Yeah.
No, we still wouldn't take Richardson for this one. But yeah, I'm gonna lean with you with Kyler as well. Kyler is definitely my play for this over these two as well. So Perry Williams, what's going on, brother? He goes, I know it's a bad year, but I wouldn't want Brown over Olave in Dynasty either. So we were talking about that prior. I just don't know why I clicked that one. We got Joe going, Josh, I'm assuming this is Josh Allen or Sam Darnold. Sorry if it's been asked. I'm doing 5 things at once at the moment. So Josh Allen or Sam Darnold?
This is an easy Josh Allen one for
It's
me.
Josh Allen.
I mean, he's already doing great things with his legs in enough spots. Now he actually has another weapon to make the passing game work a little bit. I'm definitely Allen here. I think Sam Darnold comes back with a vengeance and puts up quite a few points, but the elite upside that Allen brings with the combination of rushing for 1 or 2 touchdowns per game, an extra 50, 60 yards on the ground with his legs.
I think I'm
still going Allen
overall.
Yeah. If anything, it's closer. It's like Allen's probably not my QB1 this week. There's it's been tough to get Lamar out of my QB1. It's been tough to get Jaden Daniels out of the top 2 or 3. So Allen's been like my QB 3, 4, 5, 6
he's 5
for a minute,
Yeah.
But I'm still playing him over Darnold. If I was so lucky to have that luxury, I'm going with Allen right now. I could see, if it was a weird trend with Allen, even with Amari, it was weird, and Darnold was back to just in good matchups. If Darnold is just 30 fantasy points dicing people in every good matchup, and Allen wasn't, we'll get there at some point. We're not there yet, though.
Yeah. I have a dynasty team with Allen, Baker, Purdy, and Goff, and all 4 of them had over 20 points last week. So for me, it's very hard to make decisions every week when you see Baker Mayfield as your as the QB2 overall. But I'm still playing Allen until further notice. So Austin goes, my team lineup is pretty good, I think. Should I put it in the chat? And he did. So he goes, yeah, his QB is CJ Stroud and Dak. Okay. Neighbors, St. Brown, Waddle, Wandell, Harrison Jr. Then he has Ingram and Bowers and Pitts. Holy shnikes. I need to trade him. He has Aubrey, which is great. And then he's using the Bucks kicker this week. And running back, he's got Henry, Taylor, Jones, and Bigsby. First off, I'm going to say congratulations. You have a fantastic team and drafted very well. There's not much more I can say about it because you have a pretty stud lineup.
Yeah, that's pretty money. Neighbors and St. Brown, that's 2 top 5, 6 wide receivers, I think, are rest of the season. Derrick Henry, RB1, Taylor, top 5 when healthy. Bowers is my tight end 1 ROS.
Aubrey, 1 kicker. Yeah.
CJ, unfortunately, is probably looking more like QB 10 or something like that.
Though.
He's more of a weak spot, but it's between him and Dak, you'll find startable stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Waddle, massive disappointment, but in even some games, Harrison
until
Jr.
Tua gets back, 1 more week.
It's key in 10 team, having the actual RB1, having the actual tight end 1 for a massive positional edge. Those things are huge. And having wide receivers that are actual top 3 to 5, not just wide receiver 11, 12, 14. That's an elite team, dude. Go win your league.
Enjoy. So Alex is next. He says, thinking of trading Olave since I am tired of his inconsistency. Received an offer today for Jordan Addison, full PPR. Is it worth it? His wide receiver core is Olave, Collins, Higgins, Garrett Wilson, and JSN.
Too. Well, at least Garrett Wilson and T are just finally.
Yeah, at least you have them to kind of hold you until you get Collins back. Then Addison is really just a depth piece at that point. I think Honestly, I don't think you're getting enough. I think you could add more to it, like a low end running back to that. Somewhere in like you know what I mean?
Henry's coming back. Addison in particular, I think Mike, I think we're on the same page.
You mean Hawk?
Sir, Hawk coming back. Addison just feels thin. I feel like the upside of just keeping Olave with Shaheed is out for weeks. Like Olave might be.
Olave is going to have his. He's going to be
could
fine.
be really good. Like what? There's like a 12 target game coming up soon for Olave. Like,
Derek Carr is going to be back in the lineup within the next week or two. Even if he's not back next week, he will be back the week after. Chris Olave didn't play this week because it was a short week. He will be back next week, most likely, unless his concussion was really that bad. It didn't look great when I saw it, and I was a little pissed off when I watched that. But even if that's the case, you would get 2 more weeks without him. You still can run Garrett Wilson, Higgins, and JSN and be fine. And then you're going to get Collins back in less than a week. He should be back in the next week or two. And then you're going to have a solid lineup overall. I wouldn't do it unless you are absolutely certain. But to be fair, you're going to be running with Collins and Garrett for most of the season anyway. So,
I mean, why'd you get the offer in the first place? Is because the guy recognizes that Addison his arrow is probably pointing down a bit, and Olave's arrow could be like massively on the upswing.
Yeah,
potentially. So
I'm not doing it.
Go try to get more. I mean, his name is still there. Like sometimes you need to convince somebody that it's a good buy low opportunity in order for them to even entertain buying somebody, right? So some people might think this is a good buy low window on Olave. If that price is still high enough, though, I would do it. Just go get more,
Yeah, definitely get a lot more than what you're offered. So Waldro goes, I'm LM. I don't know what LM is.
League manager.
League manager. But I don't know how to take off Vito from ESPN. Well, first and foremost, don't use ESPN at all. Just avoid it in all ways, shapes, and forms. I hate ESPN. Jump your league to either Sleeper or Yahoo, and I would do it in that order. But overall, I'm not it should be in the commissioner tool settings to be able to withdraw veto. I'm not 100% sure how to do it because I don't run a league in ESPN, so it would take me a minute to find out. But easy, I would just search and find out how to do it because veto needs to be taken away. I could talk about vetoes all day. Joe Ortiz goes, I got Stroud and Purdy in guillotine. Which would you guys start? Oh, I hate being the guy to choose your guillotine. I would probably lean Purdy, and only by slightly. But I do like Stroud. Like I always like. I'm always a better. Like I always lean Stroud more than Purdy. But Purdy can do it with his legs. So
yeah, that's tough. I lean Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the way that offense works. It's a tough matchup, but I like the way the offense works. Where I feel like Stroud in that offense has the potential to sometimes lean on Mixon a little bit more, and it just doesn't need to be as strong. Purdy, what they're able to do with George Kittle recently, give me Purdy by he's probably like 1 or 2 spots ahead at most in rankings, I think. But I'm gonna go Purdy.
I have Stroud at 6 and Purdy at 9 in my rankings this week.
Ooh.
But if you look at matchup based, the Kansas City Chiefs are a little bit better against the QB than Green Bay Packers. So I don't think you could go wrong here. But I do like I like what Purdy's been doing the last few weeks. So I'm just gonna go off of that. I feel strongly about it. Next we have Waldro. He goes, would you trade away Neighbors for Hill and Swift? I might. With Tua coming back in the next few weeks and Swift just killing it, I think if you need a solid running back, I don't hate that trade. If it's redraft, I don't hate the trade. If it's dynasty, don't do it.
No, that's for sure a redraft trade.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. That is definitely a way to like win the league for sure.
I would do
Is
it. Yeah.
Tua comes back, Hill
And then
is
you just take
maybe
over.
a low end wide receiver one, high end
He's a
wide
good
receiver
buy
two. Like
low
what if Hill ends up finishing rest of season? He ends up being like wide receiver 14,
Oh yeah.
right? You know, Neighbors unfortunately is probably gonna be a top 5 wide receiver, but if Swift feels like a legitimate hole for your team, and Swift looks very, very legit,
good.
very real for the rest of the season,
I
I'd like it. If you were fine at running back and Swift was just like kind of maybe upgrading your flex, but it's more neutral than an actual upgrade, right? Then I don't like it because I think Neighbors is significantly better than Hill, even with Tua back. So like I hope that makes sense in like my answer here. This is like Swift needs to be an integral part of your team. That needs to be a win for you.
So he has Pacheco, Najee, and Javante. So I do agree that that would be a good move for you.
Pacheco's still out for multiple weeks, and you're
I'd
having to start Najee. I like Javante, but this is easily this easily forces Najee into a flexible situation.
Yep.
Where you can potentially get Najee out of your lineup entirely.
Yep. I like it.
Yeah, then in that spot, I would do it. I would do that.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would do this trade without hesitation. I like it. I like it a lot. So I'm actually gonna give a couple extra questions just because there's only 2. And of course it's Rafi and I can't not. So he goes, need 2 flex spots. Trey Tucker, Sean Tucker, and Josh Downs. I'm not going to include Tolbert here because Tolbert is on a bye. So who are you playing in the flex this week in those 2 spots? I'm going to have to, Downs is automatic. You cannot play him. He's in. I think it's between Trey Tucker and Sean Tucker. And to be fair, I might be leaning a little bit more Trey, and it's really only because
I'm
volume based, and I don't like
Trey
it.
Tucker's going to be on the field for 90% of snaps. Jacoby Myers downgraded to doubtful.
He's doubtful.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's not been hot, but he's going to be on the field for 1 million snaps. Sean Tucker might have 8 rushing attempts.
Yeah.
And a good day would be 40% of snaps, but it's more likely less, right?
Yeah, I would think so. And they're going to be splitting it 3 ways. So.
Yeah, because it's 3-way. It's like you just
and it's against the Ravens. I don't trust it as much.
You can't run on the Ravens yet. No. It just has to be Trey Tucker.
Yeah, it's got to be Trey Tucker. So I'm going to go with Trey and Downs. Jeb Armstrong, what's going on, Jeb? He goes, what 2 wide receivers should I start out of? Jameson Williams, Tyreek Hill, Amari Cooper, and Jordan Addison. Also, which 3 running backs do I start out of? Najee, Chubb, Stevenson, and Jacobs. It's a standard league. So for me, I'm probably going to go 2. I'm going to go Cooper and Jameson Williams.
I'm going to go Tyreek and Jameson Williams.
Okay. So we're just going off of the better. I'm taking the better QB with the better wide receiver. That's just how I am. I like Tyreek too, but it's close. So hard.
It's close for me there.
Yeah. And then for 3 running backs that I'm going to be starting, Jacobs is an automatic. I'm not going to not play him. Najee, strangely enough, is the next one.
I'm between Najee and Chubb. That's close. I'm leaning Najee.
I'm leaning Najee, and then I'm going to lean. I want to lean Stevenson.
Oh, it's which 3?
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, I'm definitely Jacobs, Najee, Chubb. Stevenson's totally off the board for me on this one.
All right. Well, I don't mind Stevenson in this because his matchup's good at 27, but that's if he starts.
Yeah, his injury just worries me in that, like, even if he
re-aggravate, but
hard snap count.
Yeah, but Chubb could get minimal touching, but I'm gonna lean Stevenson here. I'm gonna be the one to kind of, I wouldn't say break the tie, but kind of make it where it's undecided. I like Stevenson in this matchup just because of the matchup. I understand the injury could re-aggravate, but he should see the majority of carries if he's the starter. So just double check prior to the game. Remember, it's the London game, so it's 9:30 in the morning Eastern. So if you're on the West Coast, you're going to be up at 6:30 in the morning, or actually you're going to be up earlier than that. You're going to be up at like 5 o'clock in the morning because you need to make sure he's active. So just be aware of those things. If you're on sleeper, make sure you guys, your league uses auto subs and just, switch it out. But just be careful either way. If you go the Stevenson route, Chubb is expected to play, gonna play, but we don't know we don't know his usage. So it's a gamble either way. And last but not least, I'm going to use, Caesar right here because you're right here. I'm not going to, not answer this question because, you're the last one I got. And then we're going to move on to the next game, which is the Eagles versus the Giants. But he goes, if Evans can't go, should I start Higgins or Flowers?
I like Flowers. I like the potential for that matchup to be a big game for Flowers, where I think Higgins has the bandwidth of like bad game to like decent game, small chance he has a big game because of the game script potential. I think Flowers could have 10, 12 targets and that game could get kind of big. Give me Flowers there.
Yeah, I like Flowers either way because Evans and Flowers both play on Monday night, and you have a good change out if need be. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Flowers as well. All right, boys and girls, we're gonna move on and back into the games. Please, if you have any questions, throw them into the chat. We will get to them on the next Q&A session that we're gonna do, which is only gonna be in 3 games after we talk about them. But if you guys have questions that you wanted answered right away, just throw us a super chat and we will answer those questions right away. So I know I said Eagles and Giants, but it's not. It's the Lions versus the Vikings. Vikings are 1.5 point favorites. The over-under in this game is 50.5. Whew. This game is quite interesting on a lot of different fronts. So let me start with the notable injuries. Vikings, they're going to be coming back from a bye. Hawk is not going to be back yet. He will be back soon, but not yet. Aaron Jones is currently dealing with a hamstring injury. He is going to be listed as questionable. He practiced limited on Thursday and is still listed as questionable. Vikings also traded for Cam Akers. I do think they did this just for depth, but I think they also did it because they also I don't think they fully think that Aaron Jones is ready to go. I could be wrong, but why would you trade or invest any capital in a guy that's, been playing the last few weeks? I think maybe that has something to do with it. We'll see. This is, to me, the game of the week. This game is going to be everything. It's a division matchup. It's going to have a lot going on. The over-under is 50.5. I just think this is going to be a really great game to watch. I want everything and everything that's involved in this particular game. I don't care who the player is. I want it. I want in, right? Like, you're pretty much anybody. Just throw them in. You can't go wrong.
I mean, I was previously not in on like Vikings running backs in general.
Yeah,
but
fair
like
enough.
with Aiden Hutchinson out, I mean, I just think the Vikings offense in general is going to be better. I'm still, I guess that's the thing is like, I'm still like, I don't really know who to start with the Vikings running back situation. I think we've got to go all the way up to game time to kind of figure it out. But if there's a clear cut starter, I am definitely starting them in this spot now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's
then
Aaron Jones.
The Lions is easy, right? The Lions are just you're
Lions,
starting
you're starting everybody. Gibbs, Monty, J-Mo, Brown, or St. Brown. You can even start Goff if you really want to, but it's one of those scenarios that unless you're in a really dire scenario, you might not need to. But in this case, it's either Jones or Chandler. I feel okay with Chandler if he's the starter for this one. So if you wanted to start him, I think he's good to go. But otherwise, there's not much to really talk about. This is just going to be a really good game overall, and I want everything involved with it. I already mentioned Jared Goff is startable this week. I think he'll be involved, and they're going to do their best to pass the ball because they're going to have to stay in it. They are the underdog in this by 1.5. So they're definitely going to be a lot of points going around in this one. Hopefully, a lot of times we say that, and then all of a sudden it's below 40. But I don't think that this is the case for this. These teams are the two big teams in their division, and they're both at a 4-1 and 5-0 record. They got to win this one. This is a must win for both teams. It's going to be an amazing matchup. So for me, my props for this particular matchup, I'm going to go with the quarterback rushing yardage again. I'm going to do it. Jared Goff for more than 1.5 rushing yards. I'm hitting it. I'm doing it.
This is amazing.
Right?
This is the type of like bet that like right now you're a system play. I'll just tell you.
I was going to say every week I find at least 3
bets. Yeah, that this is such your forte.
I'm not going to
fantastic.
I'm not going to lie. When I was going through these, I started seeing the trend of going after the running back rushing yardage. And I'm like, oh, crap. It's for every single pick. I got to change my way. Sorry, I couldn't for this one. It was 1.5. Like, I'm taking the over.
Oh, that's pretty good. I might tell you on this one. I like this. I'm going with a quarterback play here as well. Can't. It's not as fun as yours, but
no.
I don't often do quarterback, but I'm trying to mix in more quarterback passing touchdown props in particular. I think there are spots where some offenses I think I can just rely on to make the passing game work, like Tampa right now, and what Baker's able to do with consistently getting 2 and 3 touchdown passes, what Jordan Love is able to do. In this particular case, in this particular matchup, I like Sam Darnold for higher than 1.5 passing touchdowns against Detroit. I think without having the pressure of Aiden Hutchinson, I think Sam Darnold having Justin Jefferson is one of just the most premier threats. He's going to have Hawk back soon. I don't think this week. I think that's actually a possibility, but I think that's neither here nor there. But him and Addison are just, real problems in a matchup. And I don't think this is a team that's necessarily identifying itself as like, oh, we're just handing the ball off, right? I think they respect the fact that, guys, our number one weapon is Justin Jefferson, and he's a weapon everywhere on the field. So they're looking to pass the ball more often than not. They've shown they're good at it. So I'm going to take a shot here that I think this is a situation where we have a high over-under. I think Detroit is going to have I like this game because I'm interested in watching the matchup that Detroit presents for really good defenses, which is, hey, we have Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. How do you think you're going to do against that? Because that's what we'd like to win with. But there's also the Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs. Pick your poison because we can hurt you with the passing game. I like seeing what do defenses take away. What does Detroit say? Like, you're not stopping us. I'm curious if that ends up being more of a fast-paced passing game against passing game situation. I think this is where Darnold might be forced into having a very, very big game. And I hope he does. I'm betting on it literally here. So, yeah, Sam Darnold higher than 1.5 passing touchdowns.
I like it. I'm looking at my numbers now, and both defenses do really good against the run. Both are 2 and 4 in the against the run game. And if you look at the wide receiver options, they are more at the bottom of, well, not the bottom, but they're kind of lower on the totem pole here, where the Lions are 20th while the Vikings are 25th. So both are not great at the pass, but really good against the run. That might be something to exploit. I like it a lot. So let's move on to the Eagles versus the Giants. Eagles are favored by 3.5 in this one. The over-under is 42.5. So the great news in this particular matchup, some notable injuries. Malik Neighbors, he is cleared of concussion protocol. He's also dealing with a groin injury, but he is good to go. That came up on Thursday. A lot of people in the industry are like, what the hell? He has a groin injury? Because they mentioned it today. I was talking with Dave Kluge, in one of his threads, and I'm like, yeah, no, I didn't see it at first. Now I do. It took a minute, and I found a different source that had it listed. So he's going to be good to go. Giants are also getting Devin Singletary back. He was dealing with a groin injury as well. He's been limited all week, but he is expected to play. Dable said they're going to be running both him and Tracy earned, his role. So he's going to be involved a little bit more, hopefully. But the one bad news is the Giants are going to be, without their left tackle, Andrew Thomas. It's sad. He's done for the season. Liz Frank injury, he got it corrected recently. So he's out. Dallas Goedert is also ruled out for the Eagles, so they will be without Dallas Goedert. So those are the two big, the biggest injury news things right now. So first and foremost, are you going to be playing Tyrone Tracy if Singletary is active? Do you think he's going to get that increased role? And if so, is it going to be worth a flex play or anything like that?
If Singletary is active, and looks like is a full go, all those types of signs, right? I would prefer to just wait and see on Tracy. Okay. I don't think he's in a spot, and the overall offense is in a spot where I trust that if Tracy just gets limited snaps, maybe a 40% snap share, that one, are there enough touches in the passing game? Are they meaningful enough? Or is it just low end? So it's I would consider Tyrone Tracy a low end flex play, right? With only Chicago and Dallas on bye. Basically, it's only my rosters where I have a lot of injuries and not enough IR spots. So like where things are going really wrong and I have to hold them due to injury, maybe Olave and a Cup and something along those lines, where it's multiple hits. That's really the only situation where if Singletary is active, I'm playing Tyrone Tracy. I'm not chasing the box score of like, oh, even if Singletary is out there, Tyrone Tracy is just going to have a Tank Bigsby level game performance. There's other players I would bet on in this particular spot where the Giants just don't have to have enough overall offense against the Eagles defense for everyone to feed. And I can't project a guy like Neighbors to eat and Wandale to have the targets that he has. There's not enough to go around with how I project the game.
Okay, fair enough. I'm playing Tracy regardless. In some of my matchups, I have no choice just because of just how things worked out. I've had to use him as my starting running back the last few weeks. Now that he's getting an increased role, even with Devin Singletary back, hopefully it's
felt good last couple of weeks, though, right?
Yeah, so
he's been better than Singletary. In some, I'm guessing you have leagues with Singletary where you were picked up Tracy earlier.
No, I picked up Tracy. I was the one that ended up picking up Tracy before the Singletary did.
Oh,
and I went that route because I wanted to grab the one guy that I thought was actually viable. And it's a 14-team league for the one that I have him in. So it's one of those scenarios where he was one of the only people available at the time. And I just was thankful enough to grab him. But I'm still running with him because I feel like he has an opportunity to lead this backfield moving forward. I didn't think so at the beginning of the year, but this injury kind of helped Tracy become relevant. So for me, I am on board with Tracy as a more of a flex play, if anything. But in a pinch, yeah, I definitely can. I'm definitely on board. I trust Dable in what he says about the increased role. And we're going to have to wait and see. This is going to be a rough game for, Giants in general. That's why they're 3.5 favorites at home, for the Eagles being 3.5 at home away. But in this one, I mean, this is the big Saquon revenge game. He's coming back to the Meadowlands. The Giants have a ton of injuries right now with Brian Burns, Thibodeau on IR, Dexter with a hip injury. He hasn't practiced all week. You're firing up all your Eagles just because you need to. But what about Wandale Robinson? I want to talk about him for a minute because believe it or not, he is third in targets in the NFL right now. On the season, he is third in targets, currently wide receiver 23. Is he a startable option for you if you're short or down like Nico Collins or having CeeDee Lamb on a bye or DJ Moore on a bye? Is he worth a start?
I mean, I think so. I've been on Wandale for a long time as just I think he's a talented wide receiver. I think he's a pretty good route runner. He's not perfect, right? But there was a reason he was a second-round NFL pick. Like sometimes I think people forget that he was a second-round NFL
pick and a high second-round pick. He was 35.
Legitimate draft capital here, right?
Yep.
And he had a terrible injury. I had and bought a lot of him because I thought and it happened how it did, where most people would forget that, like, dude, he's coming back from a terrible injury, but him on a good day with the athleticism I've seen him have was fantastic. And so I was very similar to my takes on Josh Downs, where I'm like, I bought Josh Downs everywhere I could for like single quarterback for a second, for like super flex leagues. I would try to get Josh Downs for like 2/3 and anywhere I could, and feeling so good about it. Wandale is very, very similar for me. Yeah, I think he's very, like, he's a PPR machine with the targets, right? But even in half PPR, I still really like him. He's very similar to JSN for me, where I think he's going to he plays a role where he gets a lot of these 10 targets. He's not doing a ton with them, but I think he always has the opportunity to do something with them. He's not bad in the red zone because he's a nuanced route runner, akin to a Calvin Ridley. I think he's a flex, and for me, he's higher end. He's a higher end flex than I would admit. I think the Giants inevitably are going to pass themselves out of trouble because the defense isn't necessarily good enough to keep games close, super close. So yeah, I trust the offense is competent enough. I've seen enough to know that they can kind of get it done.
It's going to be difficult with Andrew Thomas out. Andrew Thomas is a force on the left side. So now they got to rearrange things a little bit. Maybe Evan Neal steps in, or they put somebody else on that left side for the moment to kind of fill in. I'm not 100% sure which way they're going there. But I do like Wandale. And the reason why I like Wandale a lot is mostly because of where he lives. He's not one of those deep threat guys. He's not Neighbors. He's not he's not a 9 route guy. He's that short slant guy. He's the guy that at this point, the only place that Daniel Jones likes to throw is within that 5 to 15 yard, window. And he lives in that spot. So for me, Neighbors opens everything up deep for him to be all alone and, able to get the ball to. They use him in wide receiver screens a ton. Theo Johnson is getting a lot better at pass blocking and being in front of those screens and doing well with that. So overall, I really do like Wandale. I have him on a bunch of teams, and I'm really happy that I've kept him in the leagues that I have. I did trade him off in a few just because I needed a couple pieces, but it worked out in my favor. But I'm really excited to see how this game works out. But I'm one of those realists that I can understand that this might be a rough game for us overall. So for props, I'm going to stick with the revenge game narrative here. Because unfortunately, without Dex, without Burns, without Thibodeau, we're in a rough spot. That D-line is not what it should be. I'm going to be going with Barkley more than 80.5 rushing yards for this game. I think he's going to eat. He's going to have one of those games that he's going to want to put his stamp on, he's going to want his week 1 game, if not more. For this one. Giants are 12th against the running back this year, but I don't think that's the case anymore with, what they're losing. Dex is a huge part of that. So if Dex is out, this is going to be a monster game for Barkley, and I'm going with that. It will be. 80.5, more than 80.5 rushing yards for me.
Yeah, that's interesting. One of my favorite bets, it's not going to make this particular prop, but actually one of my favorite like larger money plays I was looking at was I like the Saquon adjusted, like if you're looking for a real like smash
if you
money,
go to FanDuel,
I want to do I actually like the Saquon to score 3 touchdowns.
Oh wow.
You're getting like 10 to 1, really insane stuff on it. But I think they're going to give him yardage. I don't know what to do on adjusted totals. Yeah. But for me, I think they're going to give him everything he can. Instead of it's between tush push or let's say Saquon run it in, they're going to let Saquon run it. They're going to scheme him open. So it's like rushing or receiving, like a 3 anytime touchdown for him.
Yeah,
you're just paying out a massive number. Doable. I really like that as like a look. If he has a good game, it's going to be a big game, not just a regular game. So those style bets I think make a lot of sense here with Saquon. So taking kind of a safe play here where it's just kind of like you just want to like this is one of those like this is pretty chalky. I don't expect this bet to not be very, very plus EV.
And the other thing I forgot to mention is Mailata, their left tackle is going to be out today or out as well. He's on IR, so That's another guy that you got to think about, but I don't think that really matters. Their line is good regardless. So what's your problem?
Well, I'm on your guys' side.
Yeah,
I've
it's
been
funny how I took the Eagles and you took the Giants.
I've just been insanely high on this kid Neighbors.
Hey, man, I
The
don't
whole
blame you.
process. For me, he's like Jamar Chase light, but he's not far away. I was talking with Phil earlier, where he's currently my dynasty wide receiver 4. He's quickly, like, I'm asking myself, like, how close is he to challenging for my actual wide receiver 3 in dynasty? It's very close. Like, he's that close to Jamar and Justin Jefferson for me at this point.
Sure. Yeah.
And for me, like, Amon-Ra is the next guy.
Okay.
And he's knocking on that door for me. So I like him higher than 72.5 receiving yards. And I'm just going to take, I'm betting on him to just crush everything, right? So I'm also going to take the higher than 6.5 receptions.
Okay.
I'm just banking that an average game for him in a game script where it's pretty negative is him, going for 90 to 100 on 8 to 10 catches. I just think that's going to be a very, very likely output with him being fully rested. So I think he's just going to explode for a million of everything. And we'll see if I'm right.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. He averages at this point 13 targets on average. So I definitely like those numbers. And he's gone over 100 on those games.
Multiple occasions, right? Like, I just think
occasions.
this is probably one of those, like, for me, this is a spot where it's like,
You got to
go look at, like, AJ Brown just came back from injury. His current line is like 76.5 or 74 or something like that. And I'm like, I would put Neighbors over on yards like any day against AJ Brown right now, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm going to take this easy 72.5 yard thing, right? Like,
for sure.
This is like a Nico Collins line. And I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. Get me on that.
No, for sure. So we're going to move right along and go to our 4:00 games, which is now the Raiders at the Rams. Rams are favored by 7 in this one. The over-under is 43.5. So a reasonable number for that. Notable injuries to just be aware of. Cooper Kupp has his ankle injury. He was limited all week. All the reports are positive. Could be a game time call. All the words I don't want to hear. But positive and a game time call is what I want to hear. And he's expected to play in one way or another, hopefully. If you are using Cooper Kupp, my only caveat would be make sure you have a 4:00 guy just in case to fill the shoes. Zamir White is dealing with a groin injury. He was limited all week. He was full on Friday, so he should be good to go. Jacoby Myers was downgraded to doubtful today, so he will most likely not play. So for the Raiders side of the ball, there's really not much to talk about. You really don't want any piece of that puzzle because of Devontae Adams no longer being there. We've seen how they are the last 2 weeks without him. So at this point, there's really no one to talk about on that team other than Brock Bowers, which you're going to play anyway. But if you decided to dip into that particular Raider pool of wide receivers or running backs, which are Trey Tucker, DJ Turner, Alexander Madison, or Amir Abdullah, are you playing any of these guys with certainty, or are you just staying away altogether?
Yeah, I'm playing Trey Tucker in enough spots. I think he's getting the snap share. I like that. He's playing against the Rams, who he actually kind of profiles similar, like a Tutu Atwell on the other side of the ball. It's just finally that he has a soft enough defense in the LA Rams here, where I think if Trey Tucker's ever going to have a decent game, Jacoby Myers being out, softer D going up against, I think he's going to be able to find some space. Maybe break off a long one, do something a little more relevant than some of the tougher matchups. So, yeah, I'll fire up Trey Tucker. I'm not feeling great about it, but I'll fire him up. Madison's an okay play. It looks like Zamir practiced fully, I think, on Friday. So now that that's split, I'm not really excited. If they're both playing, I'm playing neither of them. I just don't think it's a big enough spot for either of them. Neither of them have shown enough to be flex worthy. So Trey Tucker is a low-end flex. That's as best I can get for you. But I am playing him in a couple of kind of desperation spots where he's just the best available on the waiver wire. And I think he actually has legitimate, like, if he catches a 40-yard touchdown, because he is a deep threat, if he does have a decent game, at least it comes with the caveat of also maybe having a touchdown too, right?
Okay, fair enough. I mean, the other question, like I just said before, Cooper Kupp is most likely going to be active, but are you starting him if he is?
Yeah. I mean, because they've been monitoring this so closely and carefully, I think this is one of those, if he wasn't good to go, they just wouldn't force it. I don't see them needing to with having other options that are playing fine for them, Atwell, Jordan Whittington. These guys have all stepped up in decent roles. So if they are playing him, I'm running him out there fully. Most lines that I've seen from people that pay more attention, right? Like you have a prop that you're about to talk about, right? That gives me a lot more confidence in starting him too. So
yeah, I mean, for me, so to go right into the prop, my prop is Cooper Kupp less than 9 targets. The fact that they have him at 9 targets is insane. I understand that he is Stafford's guy and he always is involved and always tends to average more than 8 or 9 targets. I get it. But he's coming back from injury. They're going to ease him into this. They're going to have him be more of a quote unquote decoy. This is my assumption. I could be wrong. But even if that's the case, I still don't, even if they involve him, I don't see him getting anything more than a few receptions and maybe a touchdown out of it, which I can only hope. So for me, it's less than 9 targets. This is one of the rare ones that I go less than on. So what's your prop for this one?
I'm going with a guy. He made we did our dynasty buy low, sell high, trade for, trade away targets in a given week. I'm insanely high on Brock Bowers. I drafted him everywhere. He's a guy I'm willing to basically overpay for. If you have Bowers and you think tight end sucks, it always will suck. I'll probably pay you like a lot for him. So send him my way. I just think it's silly. 59.5 receiving yards is his line. I think he's going to be hitting the high side of that way more often throughout his career. With Jacoby, now being out, I think he's just going to be what the offense runs through. And he's just going to have to be such an integral part of it. I think he's easily going to catch 7 to 10 passes, and just get there through brute force inefficiently as it is. I think he finishes maybe with no more than 80 yards, but I think he gets there. Give me the higher than on Bowers receiving yards.
Okay. I don't hate it. He's the only one there. They got to get him involved. I can definitely see that happening. So we're going to take a quick second to answer these 2 questions that we have. So we're going to do a live Q&A real quick with those that are still in the chat. We have Derek here going 10-man half PPR league. He's 4-2 at the moment. 2 wide receivers and 1 flex format. All right, cool. So he has Love, Taylor, Jacobs, Chase, Neighbors, BTJ, Dell, Pop Douglas, Tyrone Tracy, Kelsey, Ingram, Algier, Murray. I don't need 2 QBs and or tight ends. Any moves that you would make here? Now, I would be doing something to bulk up your running backs for the short term. You could probably... I would trade away Kelsey over Ingram, and that's just my opinion. You could probably get more for him. And I think Ingram long-term, you have a better shot. I would grab... God, who on my list would I grab? I mean, you could probably get what out of that?
You're talking trade or waiver?
Yeah, trade. For a guy like... Travis Kelsey, who could you get at running back?
So I would do that. I mean, stylistically, it's less about the name. For me, the more useful advice here is going to be, you have 2 nice tight ends, but Ingram, literally, if he was your only tight end, you'd be screwed last couple of weeks, right? And you have good depth, so you'd be dropping one of them for the waiver. I see a world in which Ingram is actually a better flex option than anything from the waiver wire you're going to find. So I don't hate avoiding disaster. You're 4-2. You need to make the playoffs and then win the playoffs. I don't hate keeping both tight ends just because you do need to fade injuries in a major way. And this does fade injuries. If you're going to trade them though, every week, just look at the league, look at who's starting tight end, go with matchup and see who's starting tight ends out. but also likes their bench and are in a really weird spot where they're thinking I have to drop somebody good for a waiver tight end or I can trade. They're going to be incentivized more than ever to trade somebody versus just losing somebody. That's when you're going to get the most. So it's like it's less about your individual piece, more about just find somebody you know is just probably worth more than your guy, almost straight up objectively. And as long as you're trading for them when they're starting tight ends out, if it's a narrow bench format, just do that. That's because otherwise you're going to search for players for teams that like already have like a fine tight end. The problem of trading for tight end is everyone's like, oh, I would love Kelsey, but you want like my wide receiver too, and I'm only going up to Kelsey from Kincaid, and it doesn't feel like enough, right? So do that philosophy, just check week after week, and you might actually find like a legitimate value at some point in time because they're desperate. I would do that at tight end.
And that's why I was trying to ask, what type of running back would you be able to get for Kelsey that would be worth it? Is like James Conner a good target to go with?
Conner
Brian Robinson.
Brian Robinson would be a good target. I would rather have Kelsey. I think it's PPR and based on how I project Kelsey to be rest of season, I expect Kelsey's basically their wide receiver 1 most weeks, and he does more like 8 for 80 and ends up being like a real force in that offense. I'm not selling him too shy. Like I like selling Kelsey right now for like.
What about Josh Jacobs?
Can you go get like a Nico Collins? Somebody like that who like when they're back is going to be fantastic.
He doesn't really need wide receiver. He's got Chase Neighbors and
mostly running back.
So you need a running back, and honestly, it's really because Taylor's out for the next at least week or two.
I would go try to get CMC.
This would be a CMC trade. I would go for Barkley.
The Barkley owner's not going to do it though. Barkley is putting up like 30 games.
What about Kyron?
Owner's not going to do it because you're trading for a tight end. Who could you go? Because the tough part about this is every running back you want has an owner that doesn't want to give up a good running back. If you like them, their owner definitely likes owning them. And how bad are they hurting at tight end?
Yeah.
Because everyone sucks. Like even Kelsey doesn't have the same luster. I think it's hard to find a straight up value trade. There's going to be a couple, like, I think you might be able to go get Swift. Like, I do think it's that Swift, Connor, Dobbins range that I would go after. Swift, Connor, Dobbins, Jonathan Taylor because he's injured but coming back. Jacobs is the lowest I would go. I would still probably do Jacobs because
he has Jacobs.
So good.
So you can't really trade for him.
The bottom of the barrel for me is Tony Pollard, but I don't trust the Titans offense enough to actually do that deal for Pollard if I'm being real. But I would for all the other names that we mentioned.
I think, like I said, the only part that you're quote unquote weak at is running back, and that's really only because of JT being out. Once he comes back, you're going to be fine. Wide receiver, you're stacked. Tight end, you're stacked. It's really just gutting it out the next couple of weeks. But if, to me, getting rid of someone like Kelsey or getting rid of, someone, you could probably even trade Love and just try to run with Kyle Murray, or you can do the opposite, trade Murray and go that route. But I think like Kendall said, it might be a little bit harder to get the running back that you might want.
Brooks, Swift, Connor, Dobbins.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor. I wouldn't do Javonte. I wouldn't do Pollard. I wouldn't do Brian Robinson. I think you can hold out for a better opportunity. So any of the backs that I just mentioned, I would hold out for one of those guys.
Yeah, he has 3 of those that you mentioned. So
oh my goodness, he really does have like all those guys.
Yeah, he has.
I would add Jonathan Brooks to that. I think he's a sneaky name you can probably get a little cheaper than expected.
True, but then you would need another piece with Kelsey and Jonathan Brooks. Like if you're going with Kelsey, I would go Jonathan Brooks and something else,
Otherwise, I'm just flexing him at that point. Yeah. And the problem is like your wide receivers are so good that having 2 tight ends kind of hurts a little bit. So you're right. Mike has the better point, which is just you should go find a running back because your team's more balanced if you had a back.
Yeah, you would have a solid bet if you find a decent run. Like all you need is a RB2 that can balance your team until JT can come back. So you can find something decent. Like like Kendall said, look for that. That wavering guy that has one tight end that's not that great but has awesome running backs. Go into his stable. Look who you might like that's in that RB2 range. Grab, and go for that, and maybe a piece on top, maybe a low end, wide receiver or, something like that to kind of get, just as a depth piece to make it, work better.
Don't be afraid to trade wide receiver and then flex your extra tight end because they are that.
He
good.
only has the one flex, so in most situations, so let me go back. In most situations, he's running Love, Jacobs. I'm going to say JT just because if you're running the two running backs, you have those two. Then you're going to have the two wide receivers. You're most likely playing Chase and Neighbors at the same time. You've probably been running Chase and Brian Thomas Jr.
So it's like between BTJ is always making the flex over the other guys.
Yeah.
And
then at this point, I mean, could you play Ingram over BTJ? Yeah. Or you can play Dell, or you can play one of those other guys. So, I mean, honestly, get rid of Kelsey, run with Ingram, and then you have a good, core to kind of work with it. Tracy could turn into something just like Algier. I think you're fine.
Something now that I'm thinking about it, you could take Kelsey or Ingram, pair them with BTJ or Dell, and tier up into like a flex that you can feel really, really nice about.
Yeah. So you have a few options that you can go with. So Joe Ortiz goes James Cook or Monty this week.
I like Monty this week. James Cook could be on a little bit of a pitch count with Ray Davis, and Monty just looks so strong.
So Ray Davis is most likely not playing, so it would be Ty Johnson if it is a timeshare. So for me, the matchup's a little bit better for the Titans. I mean, Titans are 7th best, so they're one of the better teams against the running back. Minnesota is 2nd best against the run this year. Yeah. So they are pretty good at
both
stopping
of these
the
teams
run.
Stop the run pretty good.
So it's one of those scenarios where which team do you think is going to be more involved in one way or another? I do think that Cook can be involved. I'm not playing. I am playing him this week, but as a flex, I have Monty and Cook in one league but I'm playing both of them. So I'm going to lean Monty just a smidge, but not by much.
I mean, I like them both. Like if Cook plays,
I was going to say
spot's fine. It's like I'm not fading him. I'd like to play both if I can. I have faith in that game for Monty. That that's the other. He still falls in the end zone somehow, where Cook might not. But yeah,
fair enough, and I agree with that. So we got Joe also asking Mooney, Higgins, or Addison in this one.
Mooney, Higgins, Addison. Ooh, interesting.
I like all three of these guys, but I think I'm gonna lean.
Mooney's my first out, I think, because I like the more consistent upside in the other two.
Yeah,
the over under is better for the Addison game.
I like
Higgins is more involved in
matchup.
The matchup for Addison is kind of nice.
Yeah,
like the chance that he has a big game is pretty up there.
The Cleveland game's good too. I'm going to go Higgins. I'm going to go back to Higgins. Cleveland Browns 26 against the wide receiver.
Is Higgins just going to eat all day against him?
I think
I'm going to go Addison because I think Addison has the bigger game. I think the over-under means Higgins might just have like a mediocre game, and that game could be heavily running back favored. Higgins or Addison, but it's a coin flip for me.
Yeah, it's definitely a coin flip. They're right at I think even in my my rankings, they're probably right next to each other. Let me look. I have Higgins at 21 and Addison at 25. So they're pretty much in the same tier. So yeah, coin flip for sure. And then Derek goes, thanks so much for the advice. We appreciate it, brother. Thanks for coming. If you have any other questions, throw them in the chat. This is where we're going to do it. So Rafi goes, Pierre Strong or Jordan Whittington?
Whittington. Not close. Whittington by like a country mile. Whittington is actually in a capable offense and has looked good. I mean, this guy actually had training camp hype, was talked about a lot, has done really good, like straight up, like ruined other guys, like almost chance at being an NFL wide receiver. Like, he's legitimately good. Like, Tutu Atwell is a great is a fine NFL player.
He was labeled like a Puka, light.
Yeah, Whittington's like legit.
I like
no, he's like, I can't believe he's still on some waiver wires, if I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah.
Like, he's like low key real good. Like, I love him in Dynasty. Like, no, him by a margin.
Yeah, I agree. I do understand the Pierre Strong option. I did grab Pierre Strong in a few leagues, but I do prefer Whittington in that one. And then Joe goes, how about this? I have Brian Robinson Jr. and Eckler. Would you go with one of them against Carolina? Yes.
Heck yeah, I'd probably start two of them against Carolina.
The key answer to that is yes. You had me at Carolina defense.
If you had to do like one as your RB2 and then like, do I flex the other or go with a gross option? I'd say, dude, flex the other one. They're both going to have a good game against that sieve of a defense, and they're heavily utilized. Yeah, I like them both in that spot.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, we're going to be talking about that game right now. So we're going to be talking about the Panthers and the Commanders. Panthers are going out to Washington. Commanders are 9.5-point favorites in this one. Over under is 51.5. This is the highest game on the slate, if I remember correctly. Yep. This is going to be a monster of a game. The notable injuries for this game are Deontay Johnson. I told you guys before, he has 3 separate injuries: hamstring, ankle, and ribs that he is dealing with. He didn't practice all week. He only got eliminated in, I think, today. I got to double check that. But he is a very game time decision type situation. This is a 4:30 game. You want to be sure that you have somebody to back up Johnson if Johnson doesn't play. Brian Robinson is also in this boat. He did not practice Wednesday or Thursday. He was limited all week. He was trending in the right direction, but there has been no designation on him yet. Right now, Jonathan Brooks has been ruled out. He's not coming back this week. He'll be back in a week or two. So in this particular case, I'm going to be running with Chuba Hubbard. He is completely fine. I like him a lot in this matchup. Right now, there's not much else to talk about. I think you really, you can play. You're going to be playing Jaden Daniels. You're going to be playing Terry McLaurin. You're going to play whatever running back is available for the Commanders. On the Panthers side of the ball, if Deontay's playing, you're playing him. But if Deontay is down and he's out, is it worth having Leggett on your team just to play him in case?
Yeah. I like Leggett a lot.
Okay.
He has touchdown upside as a red zone weapon. His usage is a deeper target. So if you're gonna have somebody come in, I mean, he's first round pick. The team wants to get him involved. It's going to be a condensed offense, and his touches are schemed to be valuable based on his skill set. Yeah, I like Leggett a lot, actually. The problem is his floor is just so lower than we'd like that you have to find yourself in a spot where, like, this is a shameless play. We're shooting for the moon. If you have any semblance of like, hey, I just need to squeak by, no, I'm not doing Leggett. That's not something I'm going with, like Dobbs over Leggett if I need to just have some stability. But if I really need a big game, you know what I mean? That's a bag of tricks I'd go for.
Yeah, I mean, Leggett for me is definitely a play. I do like him if Johnson is out more than I like him with him in. Could he re-aggravate it, of course? But if he steps into Johnson's role, he is pretty primed to get a good amount of targets in this.
Could be a big day for him. Yeah,
could be a huge game. The Commanders are the worst against the wide receiver, giving up the 30th most points in the league. So for me, I am on board with getting Leggett. Honestly, this is just a bad defense versus bad defense. Both defenses are just sieves. That's why the point totals are so high. That's why you have a 51, point over under when you have, a rookie quarterback and a veteran quarterback facing each other. I do like this matchup overall. Chuba Hubbard's fine. All the notable guys that you would normally play are great.
This is like a fun GPP game because, like, it's 51 over under. Both defenses suck. Like, I have a lot of exposure to this game in weird lineups. Like I have a lot of Chuba with the Panthers defense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like doing some crazy stuff here. Like Jaden Daniels is really expensive, so it's tough to put together like a crazy Commanders lineup. Like because Jaden plus Terry is like it's too much. Terry's decently priced, but how do you do without Jaden? But I love like the Panther side ends up being like low key cheap. So from the GPP side of things, like a lot of tournament lineups are like telling me like, dude, you're starting a bunch of Panthers this week and it's going to win you a bunch of money. And somehow I have to get my head around that, but I'm kind of into it.
Yeah. So sticking to that, I mean, for my prop that I'm going to be using is Deontay Johnson less than 10 targets. And here's my thought process. I know he's been averaging almost 10 targets a game, but my whole thought process is if he ends up playing, he will have probably less than that. They're going to keep him out for certain scenarios, put him in when needed. I honestly think that he'll have less than the 10 targets if he plays. Believe me, I have him in every lineup that I own. I don't want that, but it just has that feeling that that's going to be the case in this particular scenario. So for me, I'm going to go Deontay less than 10 targets.
Look, I see a game script where like there's the other side of this lineup, which is I want some exposure to just smashing the under on 51.5 and say, what if Brian Robinson runs a bunch and then Chuba runs a bunch and it's field goal, field goal, field goal, field goal, keep it close. And then like, that's a situation where Deontay could have like 5 targets, right? Yeah, and Terry fails. Both offenses absolutely suck and their RBs get there inefficiently. And it's kind of that type of a game where the Commanders win because they have a better quarterback in the fourth quarter. Like that's a script. That's where I think this prop hits more often than not, is that people think that, okay, Deontay, they've had to throw the ball a bunch. Like, man, there's a game script where they don't have to throw the ball a bunch. What if that happens? That's where I think you hit. And I think this could be gross
off
enough.
The field, run.
Yeah, there's a chance that the Panthers just average 5 yards a carry, and it just gets in there. They were doing that at the tail end of last season, if you can remember, with Chuba, right? Very successfully, if I can be honest. I am going with a simple narrative, wide receiver driven, that no one has had a bad time throwing the ball against the Panthers, and I think that continues. I think the Commanders have a rookie quarterbacks tend to be first read. Not only, but pretty heavy. So I think Jaden's going to latch on to Terry McLaurin, who is a talented veteran wide receiver.
Very underrated.
Knows how to get open, will be open, and Jaden likely won't be pressured enough to not be able to deliver on-time balls to him with a decent ADOT. And I think this is just one of those games where he has such a plus matchup where the tail of the tape with Terry this year has kind of felt like he had a pretty bad game, 4 catches, 30 yards, something abysmal, but he's also had 2 games over 100 yards, very, very nice games. So he hasn't had something on the in-between. This feels like the game where he could just have like a nice 75, 80 yarder, and just kind of casually get there. And that's been the tail of the tape for basically every other wide receiver one that they've gone up against. So the system I'm using here is the wide receiver one that the Carolina Panthers have played against. Typically hits this at a very high clip.
Yep. I like it. I like it for all those reasons you just said. Brian, I'm going to answer your question right now just because you want your thoughts. I get it. We don't have a ton going on in the chat and we're almost done. We're going to be wrapping up in a few minutes. We have 4 more games to go. So I'll give you just a quick thing with yours. You said he just did a trade. James Conner, Brian Thomas Jr., and Bucky for Walker and Pittman. What are your thoughts? It's a full PPR 14-team league.
So you basically tiered up from Connor to Walker and you used BTJ down. And Bucky as your tier up chips.
Yeah, but you tiered down for Pittman.
Yeah, definitely a tier down. I definitely look at Pittman as a tier down.
Yeah, me too.
From BTJ.
Yep.
I gotta be honest, BTJ for me is like a potential league winner.
100%.
Where he could really do some filthy things. He could become like Amon-Ra late in the season. So that's the part that stings where like Pittman, I don't think has any league winning qualities to him.
No.
Walker does. Walker, I have as a top 3 running back rest of season. Like, he's actually my RB3 the rest of the way. He's fully there for me. So
This feels like it was just a trade for Walker.
yeah, it feels like maybe you must be really, really like set at wide receiver that you're using that as your poker chip here. And if Connor's your running back too, and it's just
and Bucky's
you're not
flag.
getting there,
Yeah,
and you need something to happen there. Yeah.
This is really, it seems like a depth piece.
In general, like because it's a 14-team league, in any 14-team league, I know how thin things can be, and it feels like consolidation trades are really tough to do in 14-team leagues because it feels like you actually do need the depth. And here I feel like I want the depth of BTJ, and I'm fine. Like I'm fine with not having Walker and keeping Connor and keeping BTJ. I think personally, I got to be real, Brian. I do prefer the Connor BTJ side of things a little bit better.
Yeah.
But team makeup and chemistry, if the Walker piece over Connor is significant and you're wide receiver heavy, I think it could be one of those, this is the best trade you could get for Walker, and so you had to make it happen. Then it's maybe more understandable.
For sure. Definitely for sure. So I hope that helped you out. Please, if you haven't already, like and subscribe. Thanks, Joe. We really do appreciate it. This is one of our longer shows. I haven't done one of these in a long time. So this is great. We're going to push the live Q&A until the very, very end. We only have a few games left. We have the Chiefs, the Jets, the Ravens, and the Chargers left. So we're going to talk about these games real quick, and then we're going to end with the live Q&A. So throw your questions in the chat. Make sure you guys, if you have anything else, throw them in. If you want your questions answered right away, throw us a super chat, and we'll get right to it. So we're going to go with the Chiefs and the 49ers. They're playing at 4:30. They're going to be going out to Santa Clara, or the Chiefs are going to go out to Santa Clara, and so is Phil. So he'll be at the game. 1.5 point favorites are to the Niners. Over under is 47 even. Notable injuries: Juju Smith-Schuster was added on Thursday's report with a hamstring injury. Reed said that this is a hamstring spasm. He didn't really have anything crazy. He was very optimistic and said that, he practiced Friday. He should be good to go. He's still listed as questionable, but they're only doing that as a precaution. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. See, I even put him in as CEH, but I know I have to say the name. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is on his way back. He should be playing in this game and active, but they probably won't do it until right before. Debo was limited all week with a wrist injury, but should be playing. He's pretty tough. He even played through it throughout the game last week. Jordan Mason is the big question mark for this game. He is a full go for this. They said that he had a full practice. He's ready to go. There's no injury designation anymore, even though he does have a shoulder injury. Ricky Pearsall is trending in the right direction as well and looks to be activated for this particular game. So he will be active for this game. Sorry, I have someone coming to my door, and I had no idea that I was
old ring doorbell creeping.
Yeah, weird, right? So those are the big news and notes for this game. Nothing really crazy otherwise. So I wanted to talk about Mason real quick. So if he's active, you're playing him, right? Like we talked about this before. He's definitely someone that you're playing. Are you playing with confidence, or is this something that you're a little nervous about? Are people going to be playing, or should you be playing Isaiah? Wow.
Garendo.
There we go. I was going to go to Garendo. Are you going to play Garendo?
Look, Mason is in that category of just too good when he's out there not to play. It's not like Pickens where like I could flex him out for like almost anybody most weeks, right? That type of a thing. He's just too good. Now, I do worry that like, yeah, he could be a full go, but like they could still mix in like a ton of Garendo and an annoying, hit over to Patrick over there. That their other veteran running back that's somehow on the team too, because every running back works out there. So I'm a little bit worried that the snap share is all over the place, but again, he's just too good not to be out there. So I'm playing him. You have to have a pretty gifted roster for me to be like, I'm going to bench Mason as a flex. I'm going to flex this guy over Jordan Mason. That would have to be a pretty gifted lineup. There's not many people that are doing that for me personally. I hope we get some in the chat where it's like, I want to see some of you guys probably drafted some league winning lineups. And in leagues where you did that,
I'll give you one. I'll give you one because I have this particular scenario.
All right.
So I have Jordan Mason. I'm going to be playing him, but I have a team where I have Derrick Henry, Monty, James Cook, Jacobs, and Mason in this matchup. Would you be playing Mason or Wan'Dale Robinson?
Is it PPR?
Full PPR.
Full PPR, I'm actually going to take Wan'Dale. In projectable, I'm going to take Wan'Dale. His projectable floor is just too high. I have Wan'Dale's over-under at 6.5 catches for 50 yards. He's just already over 10 points for me.
Okay. What about his teammate, George Kittle?
Oh, I'm playing Kittle over him for sure. Right now, averaging a touchdown a game, basically. I'm going to stay with Kittle. Stay in the flames there.
Interesting. And it's not a tight end premium. Sam Laporta.
Laporta over Mason. The over-under in that game, I'm going to go Laporta.
Wait, what just happened? Oh my God, I almost freaked out. I thought I almost dropped somebody. Anyway,
I'm kind of excited. Is it my league? Yeah, that's really close. Laporta, I almost want to go Mason, but that's one where the upside for Laporta and the over-unders just if you have a good excuse not to play Mason because the amount of times where Garendo does just run out.
That's what I mean.
Too many things. Yeah, it's there. There are situations where it's Najee
my tight end is
Mason.
Trey McBride.
Okay, I'm going to play Mason over Najee because Najee on a good day is so not giving. He's getting me 10 points and I might need 11 and know it's impossible.
Well, I was going to say I have Najee too. I have Stevenson as well on the bench. So I'm going you convinced me I'm going Kittle. Don't even have to. I'm not even going to think twice about it. So we found that happy medium of what you would or what you wouldn't. So
Mason is over all of the ugly flexes that you think you have to do, but you can just go Mason and say his upside is more than a bad flex, right? Yeah. So again, guys that have, I have some leagues where I'm damn, the my start sit questions are so first world fantasy problems, where it's these are 5-0, 6-0 problems, baby. It's all good. I'll take those too because I definitely have a line where I'd start and not start Mason, but generally I think I'm okay with them.
Now, my next question for this particular scenario is the other side of the ball. We have the Chiefs. Now, we talked about a little bit.
Patty Mahomes, I bet.
It's going to be about Patty Mahomes. I'm sorry because
I like him here, but I don't like him in a lot of other spots. There's plenty of leagues where I drafted him, but I also took a very late shot on Jaden to trade. And I'm telling you, in those leagues, I'm starting Jaden. There are weird keeper deep bench leagues that I'm in where I'm starting Baker over him in some spots.
So I have a question for you. What current position in fantasy is Patrick Mahomes right now? What do you think? QB what?
Weekly?
No.
I'm still going to rank him.
No, that's fine. You can rank him whatever because
guessing what he is.
What is he currently through weeks 1 through 7? Currently,
I think he's QB 13 or 14.
13 or 14.
I think so.
He is QB 22.
God, I was giving him too much credit.
Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, Trevor Lawrence, Aaron Rodgers, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams.
Yeah, buddy.
Bo Nix.
Caleb. Get him, buddy.
Bo Nix at QB 8 right now.
Yeah. Honestly, he's matchup dependent. It's weird that we're at that standpoint, but he's matchup dependent for me. And for me, that my answer is, what are the games in which Andy Reid's going to let Mahomes throw 4 touchdowns? And just go through periods where you're they've passed the ball 20 times in a row. They haven't even decided to run the ball, old school stuff. They're going to do that against the 49ers if they're going to do it at all.
If I'm going to say one thing and one thing only, he's consistently bad. If you look at his stats, 15, 14, 17, 14, 14.
So in the same game, it's different. reworkings
And
of it.
he has faced good and bad offenses or defenses. He faced Baltimore, 15 points. Cincinnati, not a great defense, 14 some odd points. Atlanta, 17 points. The Chargers, 14 points. And the Chargers are not a good defense. And then New Orleans, 14 points. He has been absolutely ridiculous. Now, I will say, Andy Reid coming off a bye is unstoppable.
Oh yeah.
He is like 40. I think he's like 40-1, if not
It's
more.
something crazy. Yeah.
It's absolutely insane. I don't remember the real number, but I know that it's like a lot to a little. So in this particular scenario, I don't hate Mahomes, but I can't feel good about starting him every week. Would you start Baker over him at this point?
I have been.
Right?
In games where I think the KC defense is good enough,
Yeah.
where I think Mahomes doesn't need to attempt 30 plus passes, I don't see how he gets there with the efficiency. Because the point with him is he should have he used to have the passing volume. The passing volume went away. So then you needed the deep touchdowns. You needed the broken plays. Well, that wasn't happening, and it's not happening enough with Worthy at this point. And so you took away all of his upside. So I only want to play Mahomes in matchups where I think it will be called upon for him to actually be the Patrick Mahomes. And those are games where the defense isn't going to be enough. It's going to be supreme competition on the other side, kind of poking the bear, so to speak, right? So if they have a 50+ over under, if there's good things happening, then yeah. So in this particular case, the over-under is not a 50-pointer. It's 47, I think, where the line's at right now. It's still good enough where the competition, the 49ers, they have the ability to go down and score at will. That's the kind of offense they are. If they get into that kind of game script, I could see Mahomes having one of those elite big upside games. So that's why, yeah, I would play him over a lot of the slate because of the competition. But when KC is playing, let's say it's a cake matchup, right? Like a Carolina. I actually might pass on Mahomes there because I think the running game's probably enough. In this case, I'm going to play him.
They'll have Pacheco back by the Carolina game, roughly. So, I mean, it's one of those things where I think I'm going to play a lot more. I would probably play a ridiculous amount of QBs over him at this point. And especially against San Francisco, I don't care. In this case, they're still winning games, but he's not playing well overall, fantasy-wise. He's an awesome real-life quarterback, and he's usually a really good fantasy quarterback. But recently, he has just been a really good real-life quarterback and not really doing it on the field. And he had most of those numbers with Rashid Rice. Now he doesn't have him. So at this point, you're just trying to see what you can salvage from it. For me, I'm going to go with my prop for this one, and it's Juju Smith-Schuster. I'm going to go more than 3.5 receptions. I told you guys a few weeks ago, I actually said it when me and Rasta did our full, this, must-start show that we did a couple of weeks ago with me and him. I told him Juju is going to be that guy. He's going to fill into that Rice role and start being that – I can't believe I just said that. He's going to fill in and be that guy. I think it can happen here. 3.5 receptions more than I think he can do that.
That feels easy, honestly. That's if I were to rank confidence points, that's like a 9. That's way up there for me. That's it seems damn near free where I have to stop and consider how is this line 3.5 and not 4? For real, because I could justifiably see it at 4.5.
Oh yeah,
and it doesn't make any sense to me. At
once I saw 3.5, I smashed the button.
I mean, 5.5 wouldn't surprise me, and so this is just an unreal line. I don't get it. Because I can't take that because you already have the free square. I like Xavier Worthy higher than combined.
Okay.
46.5 rushing
with the Mahomes
yards.
Being good. Okay.
Yeah, basically I'm just taking the other part of that script. I really like the idea that he can have one catch for 25 yards and then one jet sweep to the house and get here. Basically I like this number because I'm like, oh, This is me just saying I think he just needs one rush of 10 to 20 yards for this to be like kind of an easy bet. And I'm like, oh, I think they're going to do that more. I think Andy Reid out of a bye week, I'm saying Andy Reid out of a bye week might just run some good scripted plays for his talented first round rookie that he needs to figure out how to use. Like that, tell me that doesn't sound like a bet you kind of want to make, right?
Agreed. I told you he's one of the best coming back from a bye. I have no doubt that they will try to, get everybody involved, and hopefully it's a big Patrick Mahomes day. Dub Nation, Rambling Man, I see your questions in the chat. Don't worry, we're gonna get to them. We have 3 games left, and then we're gonna talk about the live Q&A.
We'll blaze through. We want to get to the rest of the questions.
We'll be there very shortly. If anyone else has questions, make sure you guys throw them in the chat, and we will get to them at the very end. We're gonna just try to blaze through these last 3 games to get you guys at the very end because we'd rather answer your questions. So make sure you guys have them ready. Stay tuned. We'll get to it. If you want your question answered right away, don't hesitate to use that super chat. We will answer it right away. We will stop everything, and it helps the show. So we appreciate that as well. All right, let's move on to the Sunday night football game. Jets are going to the Steel City to face the Steelers. Right now, the game is 1.5 in favor of the Jets. Over-under is 38.5. Now, of course, the big news, Davante Adams is expected to play now that his his trade went through. So he will be active for this game. Mike Williams had personal reasons that he was out this week, most likely upset about the Adams trade, but he will play as per Jeff Ulrich. So he will play. Right now, Russell Wilson practiced all week. And Mike Tomlin said, I'm going to, name the starter right before game time. Well, he didn't tell George Pickens that. So George Pickens kind of let it, spill that Russell is probably going to be the starting quarterback. He said for the last last week or so, he's been staying late with Russell because, he wanted to get some time in with him. I kind of guess why. So I have an idea that Russell might be the starting quarterback here. So we have 2 fun narratives to go off of, but first we're going to go with the Jets. And in this case, the biggest question mark that I have is Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson now becomes that he goes from that wide receiver 1 more to a wide receiver 1B. But what do you think of him now in this particular offense? What is he going to be, that same guy that we've always had, or is he tear down?
No, if anything, I straight up personally believe that this raises his ceiling for what his season outlook's going to be. Like, if you were asking me, like, what do you think is more impactful on an elite alpha wide receiver 1's season? Is it the competition around them, or is it the quarterback play and the overall offensive efficiency and overall potency? Like, I'm making a bet that them getting more first downs, turning more 3 points into touchdowns, more sustainable drives, and just scoring, a higher points per game for the rest of the year, more yards per game, is going to be better for a guy who I still see. And I think I'd pretty much just objectively true, because you hear it from their defense all the time where they're like, dude, he's elite. He destroys a very, very good secondary in practice.
100%.
He's still the most targeted, receiver in the NFL. He's just obviously lags behind in like his fantasy output compared to the amount of targets he gets. But I always go back to targets at that level are earned, not given. Like, no quarterback in the NFL is like, hey, that dude is not open. Let's try. Like, that just doesn't happen enough. You got to have some semblance of being open, and then sure, you can screw it up from there. But he's just reasonably open, reasonably enough. So you add Adams there, the defense is not going to be able to handle both of them. Absolutely not. It's going to be a nightmare. There's going to be drives where it's just which one of them is open, and then the next play the other one will be, and the next play the other one will be. And like, Lazard's a big loser. The pieces around them are big losers. But I think this is nice because it just condenses the entire offense down to these 2 guys, and Breece is a dump off. And this will just be a really simple way to win a lot of football games. So I think it's good for Breece. I think it's good for all of this. And speaking of that, we got a $10 super chat.
we're gonna be answering
here
this. So
Devo
Martezal. I almost got it right. Do you think Achan will be sharing carries this week? Is Bigsby a better play this week? Appreciate you guys. Well, we appreciate you. So thank you for the super chat, Devo. So I mean, I think Achan is going to get the majority of the carries. I think he's proven that he can do that. I don't think there's any world that he's not going to get that. Mostert's going to be involved. They're going to have to involve him just because this offense is going to have to be more of a run, a rushing team with Snoop Hundley, who can't throw the ball. So, yes, I think he will get a good amount of the carries. What about you?
So is he sharing? Guess with who and how many? Couple of things. One, they're a losing team. They're going to lose a lot of games. So what this hurts and takes away is I think they're going to give Achan less of just like the normal between the tackles work. I think they're going to work in a little more Mostert because they need to. Like Mostert's not going to sit on the team. They have to use him. He's not young, right? Like Mostert's going away at some point. So let's give him some of the work to keep their young stud a little bit healthier in games that don't matter as much, right? So the less valuable touches, a lot of them are going to go away too. I think Mostert in particular. And I think late in game and random third down touches, they're going to probably go to at least some amount of Jalen Wright because they want to give him some experience so they can trust him more later on because they'll need to. What I think the point here is I don't think Devin Achan loses any of the most valuable touches. I don't think he loses anything in the red zone because he's just too valuable in an area of the offense they're not good at already. And so the team has to go with an option they can feel like this guy can make something happen. It's going to be Devin Achan. It can't even be Tyreek Hill because the thing has to get to Tyreek Hill before he can do something with it. It's easier to scheme Devin Achan open a little bit better. So because he's the red zone guy, and I think you saw this pretty early on where they wanted to use him as the check down guy because he can take any check down to the house if the blocks happen to fall a certain way. If the defense just kind of, I don't know, it's more of a scheme thing where occasionally you just have an extra blocker out of nowhere because of the way the defense plays. And that might be just enough for Devin Achan to do something crazy. That can lead to 6-7 target games. And because of that usage, like the usage that we didn't think Kenneth Walker was going to have, but kind of just started having out of nowhere, those useful touches make Achan like a locked and loaded, strong RB1 play for me. Regardless if that wasn't already in consideration. He actually made he was a buy now candidate in Dynasty in Phil's show earlier, where my case for him was he's probably the cheapest he's ever going to get because he still has that like Miami awful situation kind of stink to him. Yeah. Where that's only going to get better. And he's been really good even in that sort of bad ecosystem. So like, I like him a lot there. Anyway, I'm trying to go as deep as I can because we appreciate the super chat in like a huge way. So I'm going to go as deep as I can on this. Is Bigsby a better play this week? No, for me, they're like very separate tiers of plays.
It is Achan by a mile.
Keep in mind, right? Like, it's useful to point out that, like, because we can always be wrong on a take, but I want to be right on the process enough where you will trust tailing us consistently with your bets in your lineups because it's winning in the long run. And the philosophy here is that Bigsby is a big play merchant. Outside of ripping off a 40-yard run, what has Bigsby been great at? It hasn't been like earning 20 touches. It's been like, oh, he ripped off a big play, so he made the box score. He hit 100 yards because he hit that 50-yard run. He had that 40-yard touchdown.
He also has a problem with fumbling.
Yeah. So, like, Bigsby has been good and he's been decent, but like Achan's good has been a different level of good. And his usage is elite when it comes to the passes. Bigsby might tap out at 2 targets, right? So he's also got like a game script issue. And also, I heard it from, I think it's a guy from the Action Network was talking about, like, in his opinion, recently, he's a professional sports bettor. In his opinion, the most reliable predictor that's kind of been driving a lot of his, this is close, what does my gut tell me sort of bets, has been the offensive defensive line matchups, where it's just like
for
sometimes
sure. Always
there's just nothing you can do if that's wrong. Tank Bigsby's a guy where if that matchup isn't good, like he has absolutely no shot at relevance to that particular game. And I always worry about starting that player over somebody else that at least has lots of viable pathways to not being shut out of a game.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, I agree with the offensive line, defensive line thing. It always is a huge factor for me in a lot of decisions I make. But A-Chain and Bigsby are in two different tiers. And like, I'm not even going to say it's like one tier lower. It's actually like 5 tiers lower. A-Chain is always going to be that guy that you're going to want over those, over Bigsby. Bigsby's just a really good flex play at this point.
A-Chain can have 18 points with no touchdowns. And that's really important. That we saw that earlier in the season where he grinded through like 24 carries to get to 81 yards or something. And then he had like 7 catches on 7 targets. It was a weird game where it was like a Kamara style game where he caught, it was for like 30 yards, but he caught,
it was crazy.
Yeah, he caught 7 passes though. And so when's the last time you saw a running back get to 18 fantasy points in like a half PPR setting without a touchdown? That's rare. Bigsby is never getting to 10 fantasy points.
Not like that.
Without a touchdown or a 40-yard run, which are incredibly statistically improbable.
Yeah, for sure. So Devon or Devo, sorry. We appreciate you. So he said, awesome. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it. So thank you for your time and for your super chat. So thank you. Don't worry, for those that are in the chat, we're going to get to them as as soon as we can get there. We have 2 more games to go over. We're still in the middle of the Jets. Don't worry, we will get there shortly. So our 2 big props for this game are, for me, Devontae Adams more than 4.5 receptions. And I'm just going to give Kendall's as well, because we're going to stick to the concept that Rodgers just goes after both guys and targets them for the both, because Garrett Wilson, he has higher or more than 4.5 receptions. Both have 4.5 receptions. Those are key numbers to go for. And I think Rodgers can hit that with both these guys. Right?
Yep.
Like, I don't even have to say anything more.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I think it's one of those, like, in these condensed target offenses, akin to A.J. Brown and, I'm completely blanking on half my takes at this point because my brain's already, going to the next one.
Smith. Oh, we're almost there, man.
yeah, I know. Like, we've been streaming for 3 hours and 36 minutes. Like, we're totally getting there. Thanks for hanging with us. Hopefully the takes are still super snappy. But what I was trying to say, right, with a lot of these 2 main target offenses, when I typically see what their volumes look like in a common game script, it looks a lot like 7 and 8 targets minimum for each of these alpha 2s. When you look at how that kind of works out, typically the tight end is then 3 and then kind of RB4, and then other people mix in from there, but it's usually at least 7, at least 8. So I'm saying on 7 to 8 targets, which is where I would project almost anybody in a hyper condensed situation to be, are they going to average with these catches? Do they have a good enough separation rate? And is the quarterback decent enough? I'm saying, like, across the board, like, yeah, Rodgers is good enough to find these 2 particularly overly talented wide receivers at a good enough clip where they need like a 70% catch rate to get there on like a conservative model. So for all those reasons, it seems like a good bet. There's game scripts where like something doesn't go right, but I mean, yeah. Also, when coaches change, ask yourselves, does the new coach right now flip the script, go full like I'm Madden career mode, I'm going to get crazy with it? Or do they go back to like bread and butter, we're going to pass the ball to the number 1 receiver in simple concepts and hand the ball to the number 1 running back a bunch?
What's the job next year?
Yeah, they kind of do the basic stuff. So it would be easy for them. It's a new coaching staff. What they're going to do is they're going to hand the ball to Brees a bunch, and they're going to give it to Devontae and Garrett Wilson, and everyone else is probably just going to watch that production happen.
Yep.
And yeah, I like both these bets. I'd even put them together because I feel like they correlate more than they're like not. Like, it's nice that they're both 4.5, and it's not like one's 3.5, one's 5, 6.5. It's like, no, I think they're both actually supposed to have a kind of a level game here.
100%. I do agree. So we got 2 more games to go over. We're going to go over the 2 Monday night games that we have. Remember, there are 2 this week. First, we're going to go over the Ravens at the Buccaneers.
Nice
Ravens
game.
are favored by 3.5 points. This is Kendall's favorite game of the week. Over under is 49.5. So notable injuries for this one is Mike Evans. He was limited on Thursday, which is technically Wednesday, if you really think about it. He is good to go. He should be okay right now. They haven't really put a tag other than questionable on him. So you got to keep a good eye on it. Tomorrow will be a very good indicator if he plays or not. Rashad White also is dealing with the foot injury. He was limited on Thursday's practice, which was technically Wednesday. I haven't gotten the report today for them yet, but he is still questionable. If he is active, you're going to have a really murky backfield. So let's just say White plays. Then you have Bucky Irving, White, and Sean Tucker. Because Sean Tucker had a hell of a game last week with Bruce Irving. Bucky Irving. They both had a really good, outing overall. Has White kind of faded into the mist, or is this going to be like that three-headed monster with one really weird looking one?
Yeah, I mean, ironically, the more touches you take away from White, probably the more efficient he's going to get, even though he's not known for efficiency. So you're
100%.
probably going to get reminded why he's still an NFL running back. The murkier it gets, right? So the pendulum is going to want to swing back the other way kind of naturally. We see it all the time in fantasy. For fantasy purposes, yeah, because we liked him for his elite usage, for a pure amount of opportunities he was going to get there. Now that it's not that, you're almost actively looking for other options. The simple point here is they're playing the Ravens. It's hard to run in the Ravens if it's a committee, and it likely is a ride the hot hand. If anyone is able to find success against the Ravens, of course, they're going to keep moving towards that direction because few entire teams do it, let alone a single running back, right? So how do you predict who's going to have the hot hand? I'm mostly predicting it's going to be none of them, and that they're going to have to pass the ball and beat the secondary.
Who's the pass catcher?
I think it's probably going to be spread out for the most part. I think they have enough weapons in there. This is why, I think Cade Otton is an underrated asset for the Buccaneers. He almost leads
Even
the
with
NFL
Kyle
in tight end
Hamilton?
snapshot.
Even with Kyle Hamilton?
Kyle Hamilton, I think the way the NFL rule sets are set up is if you have an entire wide receiver core that's elite, it's going to beat an elite secondary. I think a single elite shutdown corner can stop any elite NFL wide receiver, but it gets much trickier when the wide receiver 2 and the guys around them are also very good. You can't cover all of them within this NFL rule set fairly, is what I'm saying. I think
fair enough. But
elite offense with good quarterback play can't be stopped by anybody with the way the rules work.
Understood. My whole thing with Cade Otton, I like him a lot. I have no problem with him, but in this matchup, going with Roquan Smith, Kyle Hamilton can cover him too. My whole thing is that even those two guys, you're right, those two can't cover everybody, but they are heavily involved in the middle of the field where Cade Otton would be involved. So that's what makes me, a little bit. It changes my thought process on using him and puts him a little bit lower in my rankings. Doesn't mean I won't play him, but in most scenarios, I probably won't. So another guy that I wanted to talk about real quick was Rashad Bateman. He's slowly being more involved as of late. Zay Flowers is clear the number one, but we haven't seen a lot from Mark Andrews, who used to be that number one. Now it seems like Rashad Bateman is kind of slowly moving into that role of being the number two. Are you willing to plug him in and play him if guys like, Marvin Harrison Jr. or even White aren't playing and throw him in that flex spot?
I don't want to. There's other flexes I like more because of the opportunity.
Fair enough.
So there are certain stats that I feel like are more important than other stats. And if you stick to base level stats, you're not going to see the whole story. I think with Bateman, I don't have all the stats in front of me, but I would predict, and I'm sure I'll look back and be right on this, where he sits in the upper 60s in terms of snap share, but in terms of how many routes he runs on those, it's not as many. So he's blocking on a lot of snaps for Henry on screens and things like that. He's just not running that many routes. And then his targets per routes run is probably abysmal. So even on the routes that he does run, he's not getting targeted nearly enough. So when you throw all this together, you're just kind of looking at very, very much lacked total upside because he's also running very, very low ADOT stuff because he's not doing the Flowers breakaway stuff. He's not running any of the traditional X wide receiver routes. He's doing stuff closer to the line of scrimmage. Yeah. So because of where he's running on the few routes he is and how often he's being targeted per routes run, there are other dart throws where I think their targets per routes run is much stronger and they're just in a better spot.
So yeah, he's getting about 4.5 targets per game at 69% snap share. He is the second most on both of those particular numbers. Zay Flowers leads. He is the number 2 when it comes to that. So yeah, I agree to a point. I think he's involved. He's also a big target for red zone as well. They are kind of, if you look at the numbers that I have, I mean, they don't put tight end in the same. They don't put tight end in these particular numbers. It's usually separated. But when you look at it, you still see Isaiah Likely in at 68%. His target share is. Let me see. His target share is roughly roughly the same amount as Rashad Bateman. So then it's really a question of which one would you prefer. I'm gonna go right into our particular props for this one, and mine is Isaiah Likely more than 2.5 receptions. I like him in this game to be that way just because of the over/under point total. It's 49.5. Yeah, I understand that Baltimore is favored in this one, but I still think this one might be a little bit closer than what they think. So I do think that they're going to have to lean a little bit on the passing game here and there. Because to be quite honest, Tampa Bay is better against the run than their numbers show. They're 17th best against the running back. Vita Vea is a force in the middle. And I don't care how big Henry is. Vita is bigger.
It's been like a thing in fantasy for a minute now where it's just like you just don't start running backs against Tampa.
Yeah.
But if you have a good enough offense, they're very beatable in their secondary. That's kind of how I see this game going too. I think Henry might have 3 touchdowns, but I don't think he's going to get there in yards. I think they're going to shut down the run. That's why I actually think Flowers probably can have a pretty big game. And I think on the flip side, that's why I see like the fireworks show could happen because the Ravens are not an easy out, but I'm seeing a lot of teams put a lot of points on the Ravens. So, I'm just saying, some teams are able to do it. I think the Bucs certainly have a pretty good offense. I can see them putting up 30-35 on the Ravens, mostly because their offense has too many pieces to shut out completely. And I'm looking forward to the game. Like, I think there's a lot of game scripts, but it could be a game with a lot of touchdown passes. It could be akin to like the Bengals game against the Ravens. That was insane. All the passing touchdowns galore. That was pretty ridiculous. I hope this one delivers in a similar fashion.
Well, when you give your prop, you're going to explain why, because I agree with this prop.
Yeah, so I think it's tough to run on the Ravens. I think the Buccaneers in general, we get this murky running back situation. I think when they get to the red zone, Mike Evans is the go-to. Passing is the go-to. Godwin is also a go-to. And they actually, they're one of the teams, I think, I've seen them scheme it up enough where they run a lot of these, out routes to their running backs, whether it's Rashad White or Bucky Irving. They like passing to the running back in the red zone, too. Baker can rush for I'm just saying they do other things other than the dive right type of stuff. So I see Baker as just being in high over unders. I think the chance that Baker goes for 2 or 3 plus touchdowns is just really, really high. So I'm going for Baker higher than 1.5 passing touchdowns. I think he gets to 2 passing touchdowns. I think he gets to 3 actually. There's just a lot of spots. I'm starting to bet the higher than on the 1.5 passing touchdowns in spots where it feels
right,
like a very positive EV. It just feels like I'm way past 55%. I can get to a 60% plus, and I think it feels like value. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I like this one a lot now that I looked at a couple of things, and currently right now, Ravens and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the they're 30th and 31st worst against QBs in fantasy, giving up the most points to them. So this is one of those games where, if you're going to take the higher on the passing touchdowns, why not? It looks good. I really do think that this is going to be a fun game to watch. And probably the one game I will watch out of the two. So let's move on to the second Monday night game. It is the Chargers going to Scottsdale to face the Cardinals. Chargers are favored by 1.5 in this game. Over under for this is 44. Notable injuries to be aware of: Marvin Harrison Jr. He's still in concussion protocol. Just be aware of that. But he did practice in full today without with contact. He did shred the contact jersey, which means he is trending in the right direction. He could be available to play on Monday night. But here's the caveat. Most players that have gotten the concussion on Sunday very rarely play in these scenarios. Given that he has one more day, he might have the option to be able to play, but he has to clear by Sunday. So just be aware of these little tiny things. Keep an eye on all the reports that you see for him to play. They have to activate him off of and clear him from concussion protocol for it. Also know that Michael Wilson is dealing with a hamstring injury and has been limited so far. And you have Zay Jones coming off of a suspension, which he should be a full go by then. So these are the biggest things that you need to worry about. The Chargers don't really have any injury, that you have to worry about. Gus Edwards is already on IR, so there's not much going on there. If, let's just say, as a hypothetical, you have Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson, they're both out for some reason, and, they both have setbacks or something. Are you willing to take a flyer on a guy like Zay Jones?
I really don't want to.
Agreed.
A lot of it has to do with the passing. Like when a guy like Juju steps in for the Chiefs, their passing yards per game is already projectably pretty high, and they're going to fill in pretty quickly. The passing yardage in particular for Kyler in this offense hasn't quite been there. It's reasonable to suggest that if you're filling that in with worse talent, that's probably not going to improve that situation. So I wouldn't bet for there to be enough yardage to move around that pie for me to want to tip a toe into the guy that's kind of filling in. So I'm leaning no for now. If they can't get it done with the starters, I don't think they're going to get it done with worse options.
Okay. Now, in most situations, you're not going to have a lot on the wire for a Monday. And that's why I brought that up. Like, I have Zay Jones in a few scenarios that I have Marvin Harrison Jr. just because I want to be prepared just in case. It has not been good all year that someone that was, in concussion protocol last week was available this week. So I'm going based on trends of history of that and wanting to make sure that I have some security for that spot. Of course, I'm going to move him to the flex and make it so that I can use him for any, option available. But in some scenarios, Zay Jones is your best available when it comes to, a Monday night option if you're going to wait on Harrison.
I think the real answer to the questions, if we were to get them in the comments in this particular type of situation, is, look, the matchup's not plus for the Cardinals already. The Chargers defense is pretty good.
So they're going to have to pass it.
Right. Well, Kyler's going to struggle, I think, in general. Marvin's been good, not great. We know he struggles with separation in particular, and that's been hampering him a little bit, with Kyler also not being the best at throwing his receivers open. So I guess what I'm saying is, the guy already has the issue with the concussion, right? Which could lead to some in-game situations. I'm saying I don't think he's worth it enough in a negative matchup, right? Where the Chargers are not someone you're looking forward to starting your wide receivers against or your quarterback again, is the point. There's probably other options I would take, because Marv's already not a great option in this matchup. And then if you have to pivot from him, if you have Michael Wilson, I actually think if you take out Marv, Michael Wilson probably has to be hyper-targeted along with Trey McBride, and they'll both have pretty fit. They'll have good games because they'll just get there on pure volume, right? If that's your pivot, I think you're fine because it's a good pivot. Most people, Michael Wilson was probably already picked off of waivers, though. So if that's the case, I'm leaning towards just do something else with your lineup. Start someone on Sunday.
Would you go with Bateman?
I wouldn't go with Bateman. That's too not good for me. I'd rather play the wait and see game and even play Zay Jones in that particular standpoint. But there's definitely other options available on the waiver wire that I do like before I have to go to.
I'm throwing him out there. McMillan, right?
Jalen McMillan, I would probably play over all those options right now. More touchdown upside for sure.
What
I'm just trying to pick
about?
like I'm trying to pick like a random league that I'm in
No,
and just see like what the waiver situation
I
would
have
be.
a 14 team league. That's why I'm going with these options because I already
Mm-hmm.
know 12 team leagues, they're already gone. So the
Let's
only
go
other option is
12 team deep then.
Fidel is the next one that I was going to talk about. He came off a strong week last week. Is he someone that you might play this week in place of someone like Marvin Harrison Jr. if he's out?
Which one? Wandale?
No, Kamini Vidal.
Oh, Vidal. No, I think that was such like fluky fool's gold.
Okay.
I
Fair enough.
haven't seen enough. His snap share is going to be so low. Maybe he can be hyper efficient and have a splash play or two and make the news, but he's just not going to see enough meaningful snaps to do anything. Like, I'm not playing him. If you want to grab him to stash him, like, that's a fine play. I think that makes a lot of sense if you have space on your bench, but he's nowhere near starting consideration for me, certainly.
Okay. What about the three? Well, let's go with the two options because, White you might be playing, but Bucky Irving or Sean Tucker, would you play them if Harrison's out?
If Harrison's out, would I rather have any of the? Yeah, I would absolutely. I would want to have any of those running back options over like rolling the dice on Harrison potentially being out, having to go with Zay Jones or getting Harrison. Yeah, just because of the potential. Even the Sean Tucker, which is close enough. I still like the shot he could do something over that possibility. But like if I'm just looking at like this is like a 7-bench league that I'm in, so rosters are deeper, right? So the waiver wire is not great. Like Ray McLeod is a guy you can get off of waivers. I like that matchup fine. I would probably do that. A random Gabe Davis to get into the end zone.
But then you wouldn't be playing Harrison Jr. is my point.
What I'm saying is I would do that over Harrison Jr. straight up to say, look, I have to go with this option.
Pick the week and get that.
I'm just gonna say Harrison Jr. No, if he plays, I'm
limited.
I'm fine saying, look, he probably is good enough. If he plays, I'll regret it, but I'm not gonna take the risk. I would rather take these safe plays over any of that. Almost certainly, yeah. Like there's not a million of them, but there's enough.
Okay.
Alec Pierce is still available in some random spots.
I saw that.
Like I would still take a shot. It takes him one catch to be good. Like Tyler Goodson is someone I'd take a shot on.
Last week.
Deonta Foreman in Cleveland, I would still like. There's these desperate flex plays that I would take over the Marv thing because I'm so uncomfortable with Zay Jones. I think it's just like Zay Jones, 2 points maybe. It's not going to happen. I don't think.
Understood. Okay, fair enough. So those were the big questions that I had. Props wise, I'm going with James Conner being more than 58.5 rushing yards for this prop. Reason being, like you kind of said, if Marv's out, I think they're going to have to lean on the run game a little bit more. It's going to be a little bit of a rougher matchup. Chargers are 5th best against running backs this season so far. So it is a little bit of a rough prop, but I do like it overall just because I'm going with the narrative that they might have to run the ball and, be efficient with the 44 point over under. There could be points involved as well. He could break one. I like it. I like it.
I think this is easily a game script where Connor could have a very vintage, like 25, 26 carry game for like 110 yards, like a real alpha old school, like 4.5 yards a carry with volume running back play. And Kyler, I could see Kyler running the ball like 10 times for like 70 yards because it's just Kyler or Connor. One of them's running it. I could see that. I could absolutely see that. My prop is just I'm playing kind of a system that right now I think the betting public is lower on Justin Herbert than he really is.
Yeah,
then he's talented enough to consistently produce on the passing side of things. And I think the defense has just been overperforming. In the second he's called upon to actually need to pass the ball a little bit, I still think he's Justin Herbert. So while he hasn't been great for fantasy, real life betting doesn't involve fantasy passing point systems, right? So I like Justin Herbert higher than 198.5 passing yards. It worries me a bit that I think the Cardinals might not put up enough offense for him to need to do anything. Like that's the part of the bet I don't like. But assuming he has to pass the ball even a little bit, And because I don't think they want to just give J.K. Dobbins the ball like a billion times, I think they could run through the air a little bit, get the receivers involved. I just think Herbert's a great quarterback, and I think he's the type of guy that maybe he's not getting 300 anymore, but I think he can consistently put up more 220-yard games than he's going to put up 170, 180-yard games. So for those reasons, I'm just generally going to take the higher than on small numbers for him until I think that the system is just wrong, and I'm just wrong about how often that number is like easily attainable for him.
Okay, fair enough. So that's all we got. We broke down all the games. We did it. It took us 4 hours, but we did it, which is close enough to what we usually do on a normal night anyway. So I'm glad that we got through them. Now we're going to go through some live Q&A to wrap things up. We're going to answer all your questions that you guys have. We got about 9 in the chat so far, so we're going to answer those questions, and then we're going to wrap this puppy up. It's been a long night.
Seriously, we hit our 4-hour badge. We're going to be out.
Oh my God, yes. So I'm sorry in advance. Hopefully we'll get down to it. So Joe Ortiz goes a different league. He wants to talk about Monty, Mixon, or Dobbins start 2. This is a tougher one for me, but a little bit easier in some ways. I'm going to go Mixon and Dobbins for me.
I'm going to go Mixon and Dobbins for me too, man. They just have elite
Monty has a tough
shares.
matchup.
Monty's probably going to get 12 to 14 attempts and maybe 2 targets, and he's going to have to score a touchdown inside of those. He normally does. I would rather take the 2 guys that are going to get the ball, probably get 20 to 25
and especially if this is full PPR, I'm all on board.
Yeah, it's just a bonus at that point. Yep.
Yeah. So Dub Nation, what's going on, brother? Glad to have you here. He goes Addison or Debo, full PPR. I'm going Debo.
I'm going Debo. Yeah, he's still the wide receiver 1 on the team, depending on what the matchup looks like for them. But Debo's also getting like 5 carries a game. So the fact that he might just fall into the end zone too with Mason banged up, like don't forget he's got that secret upside. So I'm going Debo, baby.
Joe liking your particular answer before about Mixon and Dobbins, so I like it.
Hey, man, we got there in the end, buddy. You just keep asking me questions. Eventually, we'll find something.
We'll find something that works. So then we got Ramblin' Man. What's going on, brother? Hope you're still staying tuned. He goes Stevenson or Worthy rest of season, half PPR. Thanks, guys.
Ooh, Stevenson or Xavier Worthy rest of season.
That's
PPR. Man, that does feel so gross. I would. Is it what's grosser though? Because like, shouldn't the easy answer be Xavier Worthy is the wide receiver?
Yeah, I want to say Xavier Worthy, but it's
why
not.
Isn't it? Why can't I live in a world where it is like easily Xavier Worthy? Why is
I've never
Stevenson
been high on Xavier Worthy there? So
oh man, it's half PPR too. Half PPR, you probably have to give it to Stevenson because look, he could be perfectly healthy. Like this week's not good, right? But like by next week, he could be back to like 15-point a game Stevenson, and that will be very, very good.
You'll love it.
It's unfortunately Stevenson. It's man, don't ask me that kind of question. I'm so upset that I have to answer in a disciplined fashion.
Yeah, Joe does not agree. He thinks it's Worthy. You know what?
I want it to be like I want it to be Worthy.
I can't tell you with certainty that
if I had to trade, if I had to manage a lineup, I would probably do it based on a world where it is Worthy, and I would make decisions based on that. But in more than enough redraft leagues, I think it would unfortunately be Stevenson. It better be Worthy by the end of the year. I hope it is. But
you hope in this case you're wrong.
I mean, you know, if the NFL is truly rigged, right? Like Worthy better have himself a hell of a season, right? Shit. So I have so much Worthy. Like Joe, you need to know that.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm the guy that I had a lot of first-round picks this year. I knew I was into the 2024 class in the middle of 2023 and did a lot to set myself up for it. So I had so much. I did a lot of Worthy over Brian Thomas Jr. Right now, you'd much rather have Brian Thomas Jr. than Xavier Worthy. So believe me, it's better for me personally if Xavier Worthy kills it. And every day that he doesn't, I die a little bit inside, Joe.
So Rambling Man said, I worry that Kansas City is inevitably training for a wide receiver. I completely agree. I think they might.
D-Hop is super rumored.
That's another part of it that I'm looking into. Yeah. So what's happening? He goes Cook, Connor, Mason, Dobbins need to full PPR.
Ooh.
This is a tougher one for me. It's going to be Dobbins and Cook.
Cook's my first out. Mason's my second. I think Connor is just a really good play. He's one of those like holy elite snap share Batman. Like Connor's on the field for every damn down, and that's why he gets the targets too. I'm gonna go Connor and Dobbins as like my like workhorses, my 20 carries plus 4 target guys. Just give me all the opportunities.
Okay.
That one's close. Like Dobbins is my lock, and then after that it's murky.
Okay. I like that. I don't hate that either. So, Augusto, what's going on? Augusto, glad to have you here. He says, my running backs, Hall, Kamara, Chase Brown, Dobbins, Hunt, Chubb, and then his wide receivers are London, Neighbors, Godwin, Pittman, Deontay Johnson, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Bowers and Hawkinson. What would you give for Douglas and Puka?
Well, Augusto, my first question is your trade partner here that you're targeting Douglas and Puka for. How badly do they need a running back or not? I would need to know.
That would be.
Do you have is it like, does the running back need to be the significant piece because otherwise they don't care? So that's question number one. I'm going to act like it's a normal league, and a normal league right now with the running back position being what it is, running backs are kind of at a bit of a premium. So I would imagine I can put a premium on Kamara, Dobbins, and probably Chase Brown. I don't think I can get enough for the rest of the guys.
I was going to say Deontay maybe for both.
Deontay is my like trade away candidate.
That's what I mean. I would.
How do you get good enough to get up to Puka at running back? You probably have to trade away Kamara.
So I was going to say
Kamara, Deontay.
I was going to say Deontay and Hunt.
I think Deontay and Hunt is one of those, like, the guy's just not giving up Puka for that.
You never know. He's
already waited this long, right? I'm just saying because he's like, oh, he gets Hunt for how long?
Yeah, but then he gets a top, target guy and volume guy. You're better off doing it now while you can, if you can try.
Maybe. I mean, if you can get it done. I'm saying that's a great trade. I just don't know if it gets it done. Hunt's a 3 more week rental, I think.
Oh,
right?
Understood. I mean, or you can use Chubb and he gets his start now. Like,
I would rather trade Kamara than Dobbins. I have Dobbins higher rest of season. So if you have to trade a running back, again, I would rather trade Chase Brown than any of them. But Kamara has a better name than I think his trade value. So that's like Mike. That's why I'm going Kamara, is because I think he's more valuable in trade than he is in real life right now with where I think the Saints are going. So he's my key note. And then I think I want to just throw a side piece on top of it.
So he's looking to open up a space for Chubb and Hawkinson coming off.
That makes a lot of sense too. Yeah. Chubb definitely right. And I think Chubb's his fantasy value is going to be less than his potential fantasy value. So I like Chubb as a piece. If you can sell Chubb as the running back and then do one of the wide receivers. The problem is, like, I love your wide receivers. I don't want to trade any of them that I like. And the ones that you can trade aren't worth enough, I think. And so I think your key piece probably has to be one of those top running backs in order for them to get loose fingers on Puka. That's kind of what I'm saying. But I do like Chubb as the other piece too. Pittman is probably the piece I want to get rid of the most, but I'm not moving Drake London for sure.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, definitely. So Joe goes likely or Pitts. I'm going Pitts.
Pitts for sure right now. Yeah, that offense is looking better ceiling, better floor. Yeah. Super chat. Ryan S.
Oh,
Ryan boy over here.
Thanks, Ryan. We were getting to you in 2 seconds, but don't worry. I'm going to answer your question. Irving or Chandler? Who do you like better in this?
Bucky Irving or Ty Chandler? And this is going to come down to fully answer your question, Mike. I'm going to have to entrust you on Sunday to finish answering this question because I don't think in good faith we can really answer it
who is
right
not.
now.
Yeah.
If Aaron Jones doesn't play, I like Chandler for sure. It's kind 100%. Of an easy answer. If Aaron Jones does play, I think I like Irving even in the 3-headed murky backfield. I still think Irving gets the red zone touches though, Where if Aaron Jones plays, I think Jones gets kind of like everything. Like there's just not enough for Chandler over Irving. It's close there, but I think the red zone in and of itself is enough for me to like Irving. And if I'm being honest, I'm much less worried about the breakout of the third guy. Like, I think it's moving towards like a Bucky's just like the dude, and the pass catching back is still Rashad White, and like sucks to be the third guy, but you're just not as good as Bucky.
I think I'm going Chandler both ways. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's less murky. And even if they get a 50-50 split, they still have the opportunity to do a lot in that game. I rather have that backfield than the Buck backfield at this point. And, both could be if you're playing with 3 running backs in that backfield and they're splitting carries and they're all getting 30% or 33% in this case, it's not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And I rather, and especially against the Ravens, let's say they each have a 33% snap share. If you knew that ahead of time, who would you take? I knew that ahead of time.
Snap share for snap share. Or like give them both 40. Give them both 33, give them both 40. If you gave them the same snap share.
I think they produce roughly the same. I don't think anybody is better than the other. I think they're all pretty good. So it's really just who does better. And if they're going by hot hand, you don't know who. And I don't want to know who. And unless Bucky does something amazing, then he'll get the more of the carry. But with Chandler, you already are dealing with a guy that is injured. And if he is playing, he can re-aggravate to have Chandler step in.
That's fair. Like Chandler can step into like the biggest overall role where Bucky,
even if he's getting
probably
40%.
Can't have that as an outcome.
Exactly. And honestly, with Aaron Jones, even if he plays, let's just say it's 60-40, he's still having more of an opportunity. He can be involved in the red zone or at the goal line. I like Chandler a little bit better, as just because of that. They did bring in Cam Akers, which makes me think that there's something wrong as well. Ryan, thank you so much. We really do appreciate both of your super chats. So we really do appreciate your contribution. So can't say anything better than that. I hope we helped in one way or another. So thank you. I'm going Chandler. He's going Bucky.
I still think I'm going Chandler. I guess.
Okay. Did I sway you?
Hopefully, it's a pick your system type of answer, right? I think that's what it comes down, and that's what I think the fun part about doing these shows is because it's like we get to like show you our homework. If we explain a question well, it should be like, here's the betting philosophy I'm going with. Here's what you're going with. You're saying I'm going to go with the backup because the guy, he's either got the job or the guy that's playing is known to get injured, and you can really just shoot the moon on this one, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying snap share pound for pound. I think if you gave Bucky 5 touches and Ty Chandler 5 touches, I like Bucky. If you gave Bucky a 33% snap snare, and then Ty Chandler 33, right? Like I would take Bucky.
Okay.
Give them both 100% of the snaps. If Bucky got 25 carries and Ty got 25 carries, like I would say Bucky, right? So if you both gave him all the work, I take Bucky. If you both gave him a tiny piece of the work, I still like Bucky because I like what he does with the tiny pieces of the work. That's what the argument I would use to sway you. Or I think your argument's like, yeah, but kind of like 1/3 of the time my guy doesn't get 33%. He gets 80% because your guy's injured.
Yeah.
Fair to say, like, and it's a fine system. I also just think I'm probably way more bullish on Bucky, and I don't think I'm as exposed to Ty Chandler. I don't own him anywhere, so like I definitely haven't gone deep enough on like how viable is he if he only gets a little bit of work. Has he been good lately? Maybe you can think about that a little bit more. But big over under. There should be points in that game.
Yeah, for sure. Both games are big over unders, so I like it. So Kyler or Goff from Rafi. Hey, I have this decision to make in my league. I am struggling with this decision.
You know what I'm going to ask, though? Is it 4-6, buddy? It's the passing touchdowns.
It's tough because my biggest question is if Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't play, I'm going to feel like a complete
that's fair.
So for me, I'd rather have Goff knowing that I have something. And since it's a Monday night game to a Sunday, I'm probably going to go Goff. I'm probably going to switch it up and go Goff, but I do have Jameson Williams in that particular one. So, for me, I have both. I can always switch one out for the other, and I always have their stack. So it's a points league. So the more points I score, the better. So that's why I tend to do that for this league.
If it's a 4-point passing touchdown league where
No,
Kyler's rushing, so like in 6-point, I think it's clearly Goff. Like it's not close.
Yeah.
In 4-point, like I want to lean Goff, but it's 4-point passing touchdown, and I think Kyler's going to have to use his legs a lot, especially if Marv's not active. So I'd give the nod to Kyler in 4-point, but in the majority of formats, I'm going with Goff in a high over-under where he could really do some work. And there's very few outcomes, I think, where Goff doesn't at least have a decent game. Like it's not a bad, it's an easy matchup for him to just easily put up 15 to 20.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably going to lean Goff a little bit more now that I keep talking about it.
Too.
It's going to be a shootout. So KP, what's going on, man? He goes, could you let me know what changes you would make to my 1-10 team, please? Well, of course, I don't see it in the chat at the moment, but if you throw it in there and we're still here, we'll give you an answer.
And KP, check out our sleeper channel, the Get Right Sleeper.
Oh yeah,
channel. If you post your chat in there, we actually regularly we have a group chat with all the Get Right Fantasy members, and this is kind of what we do during our day, like literally during our day jobs, during lunch or whatever. We'll just go through the group chat, like talking about your posts in the channel and go deep on deeper questions like that, and give you really detailed answers. Just because it's like our way of giving back to the community. You took time to post in our stuff, so we're gonna give you a really detailed answer. Doing that or posting a comment in one of our videos, that's better spots to ask this question, because we'll go really deep and give you a really detailed answer in text and all the things. So just FYI.
Yeah, and the link for that is in the description, so make sure you guys, if you haven't already, if you're new to the channel or getting involved for the first time, if you want to be a part of our community, it is right there. It is basically like a Discord. It's really a place for you to reach out to a community to speak about if you have questions about start sits or anything like that. We are there to help you. All of us are in it, all the Get Right Network people that you guys have, on top of other people that are just really good at fantasy football. So make sure you guys check out our private sleeper channel. Next, we have Ramblin' Man back again. He goes flex Pickens, Tracy, or Eckler this week, half PPR.
Ooh, man, that is interesting. Pickens, big boost with Russ this week. I think that could be a really big day for Pickens.
Could be.
For me, I think it's easily Tracy if he's the starter. We don't know that yet, but is that same for you? So. Is it easily Tracy number one if he's the solo starter? If Singletary's out,
no, Singletary's not out. But if Singletary was out, hypothetically, it'd be Tracy. But I agree to a point with Pickens. I'm just not a big Pickens fan overall. He's going to have Sauce Gardner on him the whole time. Russ tends to do okay in prime time, so I'm not really worried about that concept. Eckler has the better matchup if Brian Robinson Jr. is out. So my whole thing is that if you have to wait for Brian Robinson Jr., that's going to be tough because he's at the 4 o'clock game.
I don't want to do that. Yeah.
But you could, because I think Tracy is unfortunately the odd man out here. So if you find out at the 1 o'clock games that Singletary is inactive, throw Tracy in. Then you have the ability, if Singletary is there, you don't need to play Tracy. Tracy's out of the equation. Next is you have then the Commanders play. So then if you have Brian Robinson Jr. out, throw in Eckler. And I'm okay with that. And then if Brian Robinson Jr. does play, you throw in Pickens as the last resort.
I think that's exactly what I would do as well. Yeah. That's
how I would kind of think about it and go about the process. I don't like Pickens overall against Sauce, so for me, he's kind of third in my thought process. But since you are lucky enough to have this whole thing kind of work in a way that it kind of helps you,
he gets to be your actual backup at the end of all of that.
You have 3 backups to go into that one flex position, and you can pretty much put in whoever is going to be available or in the better scenario. Tracy would be in a better scenario if he's by himself. Eckler would be in a better scenario by himself. and Pickens is the last resort if you need to. So, and even in half PPR, he's still viable. So yeah. Next is Michael Lopez. Thanks for joining us again, man. He goes, who's having a better day? Devontae Adams or Dell? Full PPR. Thank you in advance. I'm going Adams.
Yeah, Devontae Adams, I think he's having a better day.
They're gonna use their brand.
I like Dell, but yeah, Adams is gonna have some fun. I think Adams' chances of getting in the end zone are way higher than Dell's. Yeah. Adams is gonna have some fun, man.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Michael Lopez goes, last question. It doesn't have to be your last question. He goes, so Olave, is Olave worth picking up since Shaheed is done for the season? If you have if someone dropped Chris Olave, pick him up now. Like, don't get off the stream, go into your league, pick him up, and then come back. Because there is no way in hell someone should be dropping him. And if they did, you should be the one reaping the rewards. I had someone in one league drop Michael Pittman. As much as I don't like Michael Pittman with A-Rod, I snatched him within 10 seconds. He is a viable wide receiver 1 and better than what most people think if Richardson wasn't there.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think he's going to produce pretty quickly, but we talked about him in Phil's show earlier. He's kind of like do you trade for him though? Do you hold? Do you sell? I think if you own him, you got to hold him. That was kind of a question we had earlier.
But he was
if you can buy him in redraft, I think redraft's the really interesting point of like, do you try to are you winning enough that you can afford to flip production now for Olave's future production? Like, I've been in some spots where I've convinced people I got Wandale and his 9 targets a game right now for Olave.
Oh, look, he said he did it immediately. He shouldn't be available in your waivers.
Be available. Yeah, that's insane.
I want to be a part of this particular league, Mike.
He could have 10 targets. I would project him to have probably 8-9 targets this upcoming game. And
first off, how are you able to grab Olave and not be in waivers?
That's pretty
because
sick.
They played Thursday night. Normally that does not happen.
That's some custom waivers for sure. My office league though is actually like that. We have a really fun office league where it's like waivers are basically the wild west. Everybody is available all the time.
We used to do that, and I turned that off because it was so annoying. But he's saying his wide receiver room is Trace London, Adams, Dell, and Mooney. Now he has Chris Olave. Enjoy, my friend.
Jeez, you're gonna have some fun, man.
Yeah,
that's
I would maybe start. Promising. I would maybe find a trade to go get someone really.
Go flip Mooney for an RB2.
Oh, he put a waiver in immediately. Okay, I was gonna say it's kind of hard when he did it.
That makes sense. Yeah, no, go
to wait till Sunday.
Although with that,
but at least they're available Sunday.
They're still on the waiver, so maybe we'll get them with that lineup. I'm guessing you have won a few games though.
My league doesn't process Thursday games until Monday.
Oh, right, I hear you.
So
he might not be as popular of a claim having just played.
So he picked up Dell and Mooney off waivers also. Man, you lucked out, bro. This league, I like those leagues. I want to be a part of those leagues. I don't get lucky like that.
You got to tune into the waiver show earlier in the week, bud, because apparently there is some pretty sick. Actually, the waiver show is not going to cover your league in particular because they're not going to talk about Tank Dell being on the waiver wire. But you should just post a picture of what's on your waiver, in the sleeper chat, and we can all fantasize about being in that league. But we will definitely tell you exactly what we would do for sure.
So Zuti, what's going on, man? He goes, someone dropped Aaron Jones. How much fab should I use?
Oh, dude, Aaron Jones was a top 6 a fantasy running back before he got injured. That's a fab dump for me. I don't know if it's ever going to get better. I am dumping from.
If I'm going percentage wise, I'd probably go close to 60 to 70.
And I imagine you've already used some fab, right? So for me,
that was my.
If I have 70, 80% left, I'm not screwing around. I'm just using 100% of what's left. I would use all of it only because Aaron Jones is the best type of waiver claim if you're magical enough to have it.
100%.
When he's healthy, you play him. When he's not healthy, you know not to play him. There's players where you're like, but should I play him or should I not? He's so good that no, that's just an easy one for me. Because Isaiah Likely was everyone got him.
Yeah, and
you
everyone
play him,
dumped their money on him.
Do you still play him? He sucked. Now he doesn't get the. When do you? Aaron Jones, you don't have to worry about that. Waiver claims, normally you're spending a lot of money on still a flex conversation player, and he's just a straight up RB2. Actual was an RB1 points per game wise. So
I'm down with it.
Fab dump. You will not find Aaron Jones on the waiver wire the rest of the season unless your league is like an aberration where this stuff happens all the time. And somehow you're telling me there could be better than Aaron Jones available in a week or two. I don't see that happening. And when's the best time to have him? During the upcoming bye weeks where he can be useful. And yeah, I'm dumping for him.
All right. I'm down with that too. I'm down with that. Michael Lopez, thank you, man. He goes, yes, sir. Listen to you guys all the time. Of course, man. We really do appreciate it. We see you in there all the time. And believe me, it's appreciated. He says, okay, thanks. Yeah, it's really worth it.
We got to get a second listener league going on, man.
Yeah.
So they can.
I'm in enough leagues there.
We need to get some of you in a league where you can truly understand the waiver wire is gonna mean a very different thing to you. And in the listener league and the ambassador league, it's like that's it's just dusty. It's a dusty wasteland of nothing
all of them
valuable.
are. Yeah, it's so gross. So for all those, thank you for watching our show. If you're new to our show, please make sure you guys are liking and subscribing. Please also check out our other shows. We have so many shows this week. Every week we have a show. Every day we have a show. Every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday we have a show. We're also working on a show for Saturday, and we have our Sunday show. If you are unsure about your particular lineups and you need last minute, actives or inactives or start-sit decisions, come visit me on Sunday morning at 11 a.m. I'll be there watching the London game, the Jags and the Patriots. Also, on Monday, we'll do waiver wire ads, as well as Tuesday in the fantasy boardroom with Tycoon. Wednesday, we will have your buy-sell targets, trade targets, things like that with Rasta and Frank. Then we also have Phil as well doing his thing on the extra point on Wednesdays and Thursdays. And then we're going to be going back to part 1 and part 2 on Friday nights, both starting at, one starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific, and 11 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys check that out. Please, Kendall just threw all of everybody's link in there. Make sure you guys check out the Fantasy Football Tavern with my guy over here. And he will, there you go. At the Fantasy Football Tavern, he'll be dropping some videos out for you guys. So if you like cold beer and hot takes, he's there for you. Check out Phil's channel. They at the extra point as well. They also have to kick the extra point. So make sure you guys check him out. And of course, the Fantasy Tycoon himself, Tycoon. Check him out at the Fantasy Boardroom every Tuesday night. So I appreciate everybody being here tonight. Also, make sure you guys check out Underdog, one of the best places. We did a lot of props from Underdog today, a lot of pick 'em. So make sure you guys are using the Get Right code when you register. They will help you with 50%. So you put in 10, they'll give you a 5, up to $1,000. So make sure you guys check out Underdog as well. So thank you everybody for joining tonight. I hope everyone had a wonderful evening. Good luck to everybody in their week 7 matchups, unless you're facing me. Kendall, it was a wonderful time, my friend. I am exhausted. We are both exhausted.
4 hours, 27 minutes, bro. It's been real. What a stream, dude. What a marathon.
This reminded me of back in the day when we were doing the 4-hour streams that me and Rasta used to do until 4 a.m. But yeah, I am so glad that we were able to do this a little bit earlier and didn't have to stay up until 4 a.m.
It's a great way to spend a Friday night. I gotta say, like just hanging out talking fantasy for 4 hours is not something I'm ever gonna complain about for sure.
No,
like, hell
but
yeah, dude.
I'm still really
down.
I'm still really glad we broke this up into two-hour sessions, and then so it made it so much easier on both of us. But anyway. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Kendall, always appreciated. Hope to see you on a Sunday show. I know you're trying, but
we're working on it, man. Hopefully the kids. I'm fun to be around on a Sunday for sure.
Yeah,
but we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there on a Sunday. Come see. Maybe on the drive home, I'm just gonna pop up. We'll see what happens, man.
We got GZ in the chat. Y'all help my truck drive fly by. Of course, my friend.
Hey, that's what we're here for, man.
Yes.
Anytime, dude. One of these days
Always.
we'll mess around and we'll do a 6-hour one. We'll get crazy with it, man.
Don't start telling people that. Anyway,
you never know.
Thanks everybody for joining. I hope everyone has a wonderful week 7, and we will see you guys soon. I'll see you guys on Sunday. So have a great week or weekend, and we'll see you soon.
Hey, give me that
Peace,
outro
y'all.
music.
Wanted to write fantasy is the play. Marking often, but I tune in every Friday. Strategies provided.